Listen, he's doing it right. You know, he's loving it.
You know what? He just posted a picture the other day, and I saw, and I like looked at his face. I'm like, he looks like almost like a little bit of a different person. Like he looked happy, he looked relaxed. I was like,
you look like Tony Orlando.
Oh my God! All right, well, Bill, wherever you are, enjoy, sir. He's driving down the road on his hog. Born to be wild. All right, I do have some entertainment stories I'm going to run by you here, gang. We'll start with this. Despite some of the early reports, we had this yesterday, that Tom Brady was hooking up with Brooks Nader, a model. Yeah. It might not really be the case. A source told TMZ that Tom and Brooks aren't an item at all.
That means they're an item.
Not only are the two not casually dating, as some outlets have said, the sources for TMZ say that they haven't even been on one date. In fact, Brady is apparently dating no one at all. Nader is in an ongoing divorce with businessman Billy Hare. We told you about that yesterday.
My name's Hare. Billy Hare. Really?
Brady, meanwhile, previously dated model Arena Shayk as following his divorce from Gisele Bündchen. So.
When you're Brady, do you treat like TMZ or gossip or entertainment sites as like a catalog?
Yeah.
Like I'd like to try that.
The SI swimsuit issue, right. That's known as the catalog.
When we had our calendar and different athletes would come in and we give them, the calendar.
Yeah, and then we give them a pen and say, circle what you like.
Yeah, and they're like, I'll take 2 of these.
And then give it back to us. So. As if Deadpool and Wolverine needed any more help ahead of the big debut today, Taylor Swift has now come out to give the movie her personal approval. The artist took to social media to urge her followers to go to the theaters and gently rib her buddy Ryan Reynolds in the process. She said, over the past few years, I've watched one of my best friends on this planet pour every bit of his heart, soul, sweat, time, energy, jokes, pain, joy, rebellion, darkness, and magic into this film. And then she took things a step further and put a link on her Instagram story for her 283 million fans use to purchase tickets. So you can purchase them right through Taylor's Instagram.
That's a full 20% more than I have.
And she said, shout out to Wade Wilson, a.k.a. my godkid's sperm donor.
So I watched Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman did the Hot Ones, did the wings.
Hot sauce thing?
Yeah. And I started to hear the beginnings of this story, but apparently Hugh Jackman was the big driver of this. Yep. He was the one who, and he was referencing Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. He was, 48 Hours, and he's thinking, man,
what, buddy comedy?
Yeah, with Deadpool and Wolverine, and so that's what pulled it all together. But I mean, good for him, man, because and you're seeing it today.
Yep.
He does a great job as a straight man, but he also has some killer asides and lines that are terrific.
Excellent. And, and that all comes after he had said goodbye to the character. Logan was the last movie. He wasn't going to do it anymore. He didn't want to go through the garbage of having to get in shape.
Yep.
But obviously, this meant a lot to him.
And he got
if he were to do this.
Effing amazing shape. Yeah. And he references that, Preston, while they're eating the super hot wings. He says, I had just quit, and then I'm driving along like, damn it. I got this idea.
All right, the movie opens today, and yes, I'm seeing it at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
I'm so excited.
As early as I possibly can. So, all right, so it seems like these days there's one sign after another that the marriage between Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez is in rocky territory. But
I think I'm over them. I would just want them to break up so we can stop talking about it.
That's the problem.
But even though they're rocky, there may be a few signs that
I'd like to apologize.
Let's hear the man out.
I'd like to apologize.
Let's hear the man out.
But there may be a few signs that there's hope on the horizon as well. J-Lo reportedly still has her wedding photo displayed at their home in the Hamptons for starters. You're better than that.
They have a home in the Hamptons?
Apparently they do, yeah.
She does.
J-Lo.
The singer celebrated her birthday this week at her Hamptons home. So
I came with it too.
And
wow, your house is clean.
And fans could see a photo of the couple's wedding day sitting in a furniture piece. Well, listen, you don't if you're going through a breakup, do you go through and
No.
It's not a great purge. So let's say you have multiple houses. You're going to go scour every house for every last remnant of the relationship.
There was, however, a less promising event at her birthday party. Ben was missing yet again. So
once you get a picture in a frame, like it stays there a long time. No matter how, Jace is turning 13. Like I have baby pictures of him, which I know need to be updated, but like it just takes it takes forever.
Yeah, I've got baby pictures of my kids right in my bedroom that I've just like I should put some other more current pictures up, but they just stay there.
Yeah.
Yep. So, Bowen Yang has called himself out as cringy during a recent episode of his podcast, Las Culturalistas. He admitted you have to work through a ton of cringe when working on Saturday Night Live because so many people will tell you how terrible you are, he said, or how bad the show is, or how unfunny a sketch is, and more.
I think he's classifying cringe in a wrong way. Yeah. I think he's talking about a level of embarrassment, but I don't think.
I think he cringes.
Well, maybe he's cringing, but he has nothing to cringe about. I think he's uniformly really good on the show.
He said, eternally grateful that I work there, will be the defining thing of my life and career, and yet it's a cringe mountain because to live through working on SNL and to have people constantly tell you how bad it is, how it's not as good as it used to be, he shared. And then he said that this is important to take that critique in and just not care. His co-host Matt Rogers jumped in to say that Bowen was wrong, however, because they don't think being on Saturday Night Live is cringy at all, despite Bowen calling it a cringy job. Everyone, he said, has an opinion. It's the most popular show in the world, and therefore it's cringe because everyone is like, I'm having something to say. So they just want to, opine or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But it's still insanely popular. It doesn't matter. People still watch it. It'd be worse if you didn't have people watching it.
Nobody's saying anything. That means they weren't watching. Yeah. Just shut up.
Yeah, please. Alicia Vikander and Michael Fassbender have welcomed their second child together. In an Elle profile, Vikander shared that her second pregnancy was challenging. She said, all women have such different experiences, and going through it a second time was definitely harder for me. But I think training made it easier. Vikander had her second baby before filming the thriller Hope, which will premiere next year.
She's really good in the Lara Croft movie.
The couple who met on the set of The Light Between Oceans in 2016 kept their relationships pretty private. They secretly wed in October 2017, and they live in Lisbon, Portugal.
Ooh.
Wow. Speaking of her, women having such different experiences going through birth, Rochelle and I are still watching The Bear, and we had the episode where Sugar starts to go into labor. And I'm telling you, man, they nailed it in that with kind of what it's like to go through labor.
Only hearing anecdotal stories. I've not been through it, but that episode, Ice Chips,
to me
is amazing because if you think about it, we were just riveted. 85% of that episode is super close-ups.
Yes.
Super close-ups.
And Jamie Lee Curtis
is amazing.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely
She
incredible.
was driving me crazy in that episode.
She's meant to.
I know. It's,
yeah, you want to smack the character in the face
But
and say,
then-
shut up.
But then,
Yeah.
you just watch it.
It becomes magic. Yeah. But Rochelle and I were sitting there watching it together. I'm like, that's what you were going through. I'm like, this is just like that. It was pretty amazing. All right, so let's see what else we got here for you, Pips. All right, let's go to Christina Hall. Christina, the HGTV.
Right.
Yeah.
She's super hot, and I think she has super hot airs about her.
Yeah, so she and Josh Hall filed for divorce this month after 3 years of marriage. The split quickly became contentious, with Christina accusing Josh of transferring $35,000 from her separate property rental income into his personal account. According to court documents, Christina claims Josh redirected the funds without her consent the day after they filed for divorce. She is asking for the money to be returned and for the exclusive use of their Newport Beach home. Regarding spousal support, Christina said, "It is my belief that this is a simple case with straightforward accounting. Josh has his own income and should not need any spousal support from me."
She says that he was she called him a weak man. Like he was.
What?
She felt he was not, he was just kind of milquetoast. That's what she says about him.
So she said the words "weak man."
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
Wow,
tough to
that's
say
wow.
about any gender.
Yeah.
You're a
Anyone.
weak woman.
that he was too needy and
I have I know someone who is going through a divorce, and the husband did this. He took all of the money and placed it other places, and actually, like, it was crazy. Like, it was all seemed to be like kind of thought out, and the way he did everything to try to completely screw her over. It's sad.
Yeah.
Do you know what? There used to be, years and years ago, I forget which of the law firms was running this commercial, but it seemed to be really salient advice about you don't think the person would be capable of that, but know that everything from this moment forward is going to be used again. Basically, the spot I was talking about?
Yeah. If you're going through a divorce.
Right. And it was going to...
That's all I remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember who it was either.
But it was basically, it was prepping. You don't want to think that. Even if you're in a vitriolic separation and you think, how could this be? It's horrible to say it, just assume the worst is in motion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if you're wrong, then that's fine. But if you haven't prepared for it and you're blindsided by it, then you're in hell.
Yeah.
So let's move over to Kim Kardashian for a moment. She reflects on the changes in her life as season 5 of the Kardashians ends.
Every time the season ends, I'm just crestfallen.
Dude, I ended up watching a trailer, ended up on my Instagram feed of what the season finale was all about, and they were all taking a blood test to see what their
If they had it?
No. What their body age was, right? So you're 49 years of age, but your body. Yeah. So it was them talking about, how they take care of themselves, and they think Courtney's going to be, probably the youngest of them all, that their mother's, she's kidding herself because she loves her martinis. I can't believe I watched this.
I know. I heard that Khloe tested the youngest.
She did?
Yeah.
Okay.
So at 43, Kim is focused on self-improvement and career growth. She said, "I just watched the whole season of The Crown. I could effing rule a country," she said. She was joking.
Yeah.
Kim has ventured into acting. Of course, she took on the role of American Horror Story Delicate and is also set to star and produce a new Netflix comedy film called The Fifth Wheel. Additionally, she continues advocating for prison reform and recently sat down with Gypsy Rose Blanchard on her show, discussing Gypsy's sentence
Two
for
titans meeting for the first time.
her mother's murder. Kim said, "How sick must you be as a mother that you would let your child have surgery for your own gain?"
I mean, seriously.
Gypsy then thanked
Wait,
Kim.
Gypsy's the daughter.
Gypsy's
Okay.
the daughter that murdered the mother.
Yeah, Gypsy thanked Kim for her support.
She was the mother that pretended her daughter had cancer.
Right.
saying, "I give you massive kudos. No one was ever a guiding light for me."
Kudos.
By the way, this note just in, Travis and Courtney were spotted walking near the Parkway last night.
What?
In Philadelphia.
Oh, that's right, because Blink is in town.
Yeah, they're playing tonight.
Yeah.
Kudos. Do you remember those candy bars?
I do, and I liked them.
Was it a candy bar or was it a granola bar?
It was a candy bar.
I know, but I think they pitched it.
No,
they pitched it as like a healthy-ish, like alternative.
It was a granola bar.
It was a granola, but it was a straight up candy bar.
Dude, I remember it as being sort of candy-ish.
It was candy, but they were like, no, it's a granola bar.
Well, they used a Cookie Crisp. They said was good for you.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. It's called a cereal bar.
A cereal bar.
And a lot of those granola bars are covered in chocolate
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
too, anyways.
Man, I love
the
those,
good ones
though.
are.
right?
They don't make Kudos anymore, do they?
I'm
They were
seeing
good.
a website right here. Oh, Copycat Kudos.
Not the
Copycat
same.
kudos.
Not the same.
All right.
The scourge
Oh,
of
you
the
can make them
country.
yourself. I'm not doing that.
No,
You're
of
not
course you
doing
won't.
that, yeah.
All right, Celine Dion has another hit on her hands. The iconic artist documentary, I Am Celine Dion, has raced up the charts on Amazon Prime. It has reportedly become the streamer's most popular documentary ever.
I watched a bit of it. I told you. I watched specifically the part where she's getting the physical treatment for her condition. Yeah, it's pretty powerful.
The doc follows the career and recent health struggles of her and seems to have struck a chord with her many fans.
She's like pretty likable, right? Like
She's
in the
very
doc-
likable.
okay.
Despite all that stuff, where that thing, that diva
Yeah.
thing, she's actually really cool. They have footage, Preston, of her first fight with Conor McGregor.
Oh, wow.
And, amazing.
I can't believe she went back for a second fight, man. Not after that first one.
The singer speaks from the heart about her battle with stiff person syndrome, which she's dealt with for 4 years now, and in addition to delving into her global stardom. But that's not all. Following the success of I Am Celine Dion, her music catalog has seen streams increase by 33% worldwide.
That's amazing.
So, yeah, it's been a really good thing for her. If you like hidden camera pranks, one of the big shows that helped make it popular is headed back to the screen. USA Network has greenlit Jordan Peele's reboot of Scare Tactics. The show originally ran on Sci-Fi for 5 seasons between 2000 and 2013.
I love that friggin' show.
There was some good stuff on that show.
I love that friggin' show.
Yeah.
And I wholly admit that I think at least half the people got precipitously close to full-blown heart attacks, Kathy. I mean, they did they did some framing of things that you could see the people literally terrified.
I remember one, and I think it was Scare Tactics, where they are in like this motorhome, and they're out in the desert in the middle of nowhere, and then they have like the hills have eyes,
right.
creatures coming out, these mutilated people.
Was Shannon Doherty in that one?
I don't remember. There might have been a celeb in that one, or there usually was a celebrity, right?
Well, there usually was not. Actually.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
But I'll have to go back. But I do remember that show pulling off some pretty cool stuff.
The conceit is a friend would set up another friend, so that when it was revealed that it was this thing, a friend would come out, usually someone who had an axe to grind, and I mean, they did some great stuff, man.
So the reboot is going to follow the same format, putting people into a situation that will blur the lines of reality, horror, and comedy.
That's why, because Shannon Doherty was actually the first host of Scare Tactics.
That's it.
That's
You're right.
what it
And then
was.
Tracy Morgan.
Okay. Steve, I'm sure you saw this. George Lazenby, who took over the role of James Bond from Sean Connery, has announced that he is officially retiring from acting.
Yes.
The 84-year-old had
The industry assumed that was the case decades ago.
Yes, I know. But he has the shortest tenure playing Bond, only starring as the character in one movie on Her Majesty's Secret Service before Sean Connery returned for that part in 1971. And in a social media post, Lazenby said, It's been a fun ride, but getting older is no fun.
I will tell you this. George Lazenby was a very good Bond. On Her Majesty's Secret Service is one of my favorite Bond movies.
Yeah.
He was left at that time when Connery left. It's super juggernaut series. He leaves. This guy is basically just he's a car salesman, has done some modeling, and he worms his way into the office. He jokes and says, he says, I'm an actor. He gets in front of the director, Peter Hunt, and who's worked with a lot of people, and he says, listen, we can make you look like an actor. But he was he was actually good, and it's one of my favorite movies. And then there's a documentary about his life, Preston, that is fantastic.
Yeah.
Just this regular guy who became James Bond. He was a great-looking guy, no two ways about it. He was also very physical as Bond. He did a lot of his own stunts.
Well, he is now officially retired at 84 years old. I'm sure you saw this too, Steve. The Terrifier franchise featuring Art the Clown now has its first teaser trailer for the third installment, Terrifier 3. David Howard Thornton plays the psycho clown. We had a chance to speak to him.
Had him on the show. He was great.
Of course, the clown engages in all sorts of blood-soaked mayhem in the teaser trailer. Since the first film, the low-budget slasher series has been made on a shoestring, but has brought increasingly good returns at the box office. The third film now has the biggest budget yet for the series, though still a tiny budget by Hollywood standards. And while it is centered around the Christmas holiday, it will hit theaters on October 11th. There's a part in the trailer where Art is laying in a puddled blood, and he's doing snow angels, but in the blood.
Oh, my God.
It's pretty wild.
So, again, I say to people who and it's going to sound weird to say this, I actually was laughing and tearing up because it is such a total homage to the slasher films of the 90s, and they're so gleeful about it that you can't help but chuckle. But there is this mythos that they're building. There is this world building that's going on that I find really cool.
Yeah,
so I'm very excited for this.
They're banking on being able to carry this on for a long time. The cult horror comedy classic Shaun of the Dead is turning 20 this year, and Focus Features is going to celebrate the anniversary with a special limited engagement re-release at Dolby Cinema at AMC theaters in full remastered form.
So do you know that these, obviously the movie industry has been taking a hit recently. I think Deadpool and Wolverine is going to go a lot to remedy that. But they've been re-releasing these movies, and they've been finding that people really savor going back to see them in a full theater. Mm-hmm. And so, they've released a number of them. Is there a movie that comes to mind that you would love a crack at seeing in an actual full movie theater again?
Wow. I'd have to think on that.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure.
But I find myself, like I did it, when they re-released 2001 years ago into the theaters. I saw it 5 days in a row. And they're doing things like, they're doing things like 48 Hours or these movies that are not necessarily epics that are meant for the big screen, but people just want that, that big screen feel.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure there's a few in my repertoire that I would like to have back on the
Would
big
you go
screen.
see Shawshank? Or
that's one of the first ones that popped into my head, actually. Maybe so. Yeah. All right, and then let's see. For a completely different story, if you love movies and memes, you may be in luck. A Skibidi toilet movie.
Skibbity.
All right,
toilet.
thank you. Skibidi toilet. I know what it is.
I'm
unfamiliar. I just didn't know how to pronounce it.
Yeah, no, it's phrasing for the today's youth. The Skibbity Ohio Riz, Skibbity Toilet Riz.
Oh, okay.
Skibbity. I don't, dude. But
they used to be like Scoobity.
No,
Scoobity, wow.
Cav, I don't even know. Like, all I know is that when I say it, like, my daughter gets such a kick out of it. She thinks it's so funny that
Skibbity?
That you've said it?
That a grown up is saying Skibbity Toilet Riz or Skibbity Ohio Riz or Skibbity anything. Dude,
Are you having a brat summer?
Listen, man, like, I try not to be super judgy about this stuff because we
all have it.
We had our own vernacular.
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe I'm jealous that we didn't
Mine
say
was
Skibbity.
Fortnite. That was when the
But what I'm hearing,
You're not judging them if you're saying it. I
it's
don't
saying
think
it's stupid or
but
No, he's
don't
saying
tell
like
them
somebody
it's
like
stupid.
me might be. You're not saying that, but somebody like me, like, get that crap out of here.
you're super judgy.
But Casey, I am. But Casey he'll try to stay hip and cool.
Yeah. Throw it in there.
The story from Skibbity, Pennsylvania.
But I won't. I don't actually know how to use that
Right.
phrase in like context. I really don't.
purposely use it wrong then.
And also,
It's all skibbity up in here.
Also, my kids are like, nobody actually says this. Like, nobody actually says this.
Like in a in a real life setting.
But you will find it on social media.
Yeah.
or like
more
as
so.
or like a joke, kind of jokey.
I guess.
So Skibbity toilet.
Icky is the exact right word because you see people falling all over themselves to try to employ the latest vernacular. It's like, knock it off.
So Skibbity toilet, I've seen it before. There's an 11-second video that was uploaded to YouTube last year, and it features a head coming out of a toilet and singing, and that grabbed the attention of a ton of kids online, and that became a huge part of meme culture after that. Since then, it's evolved into a series of videos about the war between the toilets and the cyborgs, and I've actually watched a couple of them.
Are they good?
They're very bizarre,
Yeah.
but they're kind of weirdly compelling.
All right.
So Michael Bay and former Paramount Pictures president Adam Goodman are working
Interesting.
on a Skibbity toilet movie.
Do you remember Red versus Blue, the Halo stuff?
Absolutely.
That was
an early series of YouTube videos that caught on virally, and they were little short comedy, sketches of sorts that were animated. And it's kind of like that.
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah, so it's still early, but that 11-second video could become a big franchise at some point if it moves past the development stage.
We're watching it up here on the screen.
Yep, it's really weird. Goodman shares, if we find a partner in this that really believes there's an opportunity for this to grow and to really see the storytelling grow and for this to be where we hope it can be, then film and TV seems like a natural extension.
Do you know what the animation looks like? It looks a little Max Headroomy.
Yeah, kind of like that. But the war sequences are pretty wild. They have some really outrageous weapons and stuff that are used with these toilets and cyborgs. It's kind of weird.
It's funny because we know how fleeting, these social media moments can be, and then like something will stick and hang on for a little while, and you're like, why or how why is this?
Well, like they're saying already, like with the Haktua girl, that like she came out at some event to introduce, a country star, and like there was no reaction from the crowd.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean,
hold on. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. But I saw this text, Casey, and we have audio of this. It says, I think Scatman John scats Skibbity in the Scatman song.
I'm the Scatman.
Yeah, and somebody said, I think that's where it originated. I don't know. We used to play that. Do you have that?
Yeah, we used to play it all the time. I actually got so mad because I was watching something with the Kelsey brothers the other day, and they were actually using this song. I was like, oh, you bastards. I'm like, we've
been around since the 90s.
I know. And we've been using it for a number of years.
The second we adopt it, we are the ones that create it.
We are the ones.
Let us have that.
So this is Scatman?
Yeah. I didn't hear
Scatman.
Oh, there it is. Skibbity. Oh, yeah. Casey's dancing.
I actually just got up to get the underwear out of my crack. And I turned it into a dance.
Oh my God, he's so truthful.
I'm the Scatman.
I wonder if he can turn those talents towards the bedroom.
We have scat.
Could a woman survive
from CNC Music Factory, maybe? What's a scat?
It's very different, but there are similarities.
What
doesn't sound like a scat at all.
It's a clip of someone speaking. It says CNC scat.
Yeah.
Skibby dibby dooby 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 doo.
I don't know.
Didn't sound like CNC Music Factory at all.
Telling me to do something with that.
Okay, hold on a second.
She's saying go to hell.
All right. She's like, screw
Marissa
you.
is conferring with Casey on
I
something.
don't even know.
Okay.
She said words, and I understood words, but in
How many did
context,
you
I don't know what she was
understand?
saying.
Do you want me to turn on your microphone, Marissa? Is there something you need to
no
share
words
with
on
the whole class?
Well, a little behind the scenes, that's the clip for clips. So, Casey, I think you should just close out whatever search you're doing, but stay on that clip, and maybe it'll reset.
That's the clip for clips.
Okay.
Which we're going to get to in just a
That was
moment.
really okay. Let's try this again. Thank
All
you.
right, let's try that. That's the same gal that sang "It's Raining Men."
Right. So,
by the way,
but in the video, they're passing it on. But that
because
woman,
the gal is a big gal,
Yeah.
and they did not want her in the video. She was pretty pissed off about it.
Oh, really?
who was the woman they used though? Because she was kind of attractive.
I have forgot. Oh, yeah. She's very hot.
Yeah.
Who ended up being the singer for CNC Music Factory. This is your 90s top 40 discussion.
Yeah.
She's a great big fat person.
On the Preston Steve show, by the way. But she ended up touring with the band and everything. And
There you go.
I don't remember her name, but yeah, she was beautiful.
Totally skibbity.
Skibbity-dib-dib-dib-dib. All right. Last story, and then we'll move on to movies opening this week. And there's a new chief coming to Chicago Fire. Dermot Mulroney is officially joining the franchise as Chief Dom Pascal. Dermot will be joining as part of the upcoming 13th season of the long-running procedural. This follows the exit of Eamon Walker, who played Battalion Chief Wallace Bowden for 12 seasons.
This is an incredibly interesting show. They will respond to fires.
Oh, is that what they do?
Way.
Yeah.
But I do like Dermot Mulroney.
I do very
He's been in
much.
tons of things throughout the years. So if you watch that show, there you go.
Oliver Platt is in one of the Chicago Med.
Really?
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's also in The Bear.
He is. He's great in the Bear.
That's
Yeah.
in Chicago.
He said something on one of the episodes that I'm going to start using.
Wait, what was it?
I can't say it.
Oh, man.
He says, F my T's.
Yeah.
I just love that phrase.
I love
that phrase.
The conversation he and Carmi have behind the restaurant. Have you gotten to that episode yet?
No.
Okay. All right.
That's such a great show.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Friggin',
All right.
friggin' love it.
We got movies opening this weekend, folks. Deadpool and Wolverine open today. Action adventure comedy starring Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman, Emma Corrin. Deadpool's peaceful existence comes crashing down when the Time Variance Authority recruits him to help safeguard the multiverse. 2 hours and 7 minutes long. It's rated R, the widest of wide theater releases, and the Rotten Tomatoes score. Critics scored it at 80%. The audience scores it at 98%, by the way. And thumbs up from all who have seen it,
Yes.
here, by the way. Then you also have opening this weekend, The Beast Within. It is a horror drama. It stars Kit Harington, Ashley Cummings, and James Cosmo. After a series of strange events leads her to question her family's isolated life on a fortified compound deep in the English wilds, 10-year-old Willow follows her parents on one of their secret late-night treks to the heart of the ancient forest. But upon witnessing her father undergo a terrible transformation, she too becomes ensnared by the dark ancestral secrets that they've tried so desperately to conceal. By the way, they're werewolves. Running time, an hour and 37 minutes long, rated R, limited theater release. It gets a 41% score at Rotten Tomatoes.
This is one of those movies where they clearly have something that they want to kind of hold a secret, but yet they reveal the whole thing in the trailer and in the movie poster.
Oh, really?
About the werewolves.
Yeah,
It's like,
all right, that's Entertainment Report for
You guys
today.
got mystery clips.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I forgot about clips. Mystery clips. All right, if you know what it is, raise your hand, and we'll get to signal you out and see if you get it correct. Here we go.
It's very different, but there are similarities. The last Thor with Taika, there was a lot of improvisation. And on this, Alma created a space for us to have a lot of improvisation. So it uses the same muscles, even when it's, comedic versus dramatic improvisation.
All right, Steve put his hand up.
Natalie Portman.
Nice!
Okay.
She mentioned Thor.
Yeah,
And Taika Waititi.
Waititi, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Marissa.
All right, Natalie Portman stars in Lady in the Lake, which follows a journalist solving two 1960s Baltimore murders after leaving her abusive husband. New episodes of Lady in the Lake air today on Apple Plus.
All right.
Is that a Taika Waititi series?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so. I think she just mentioned him. I don't. You want to listen to it again?
All right,
if you
next
want?
clip.
Okay,
Here we
next
go.
clip.
No.
Hang on.
Steve, I'm
Give
sorry.
Steve his copy.
Hand me
Not
the
his copy, it's
document.
yours. You're going to have a Comcast number 3
There we
first.
go.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
Sorry, bud.
Casey's trying to multitask. Yeah.
By the way, she was comparing Lady in the Lake and Thor.
All right, here's our next mystery clip. Get ready.
Sometimes you're so focused on a particular feeling or frustration or something that your character's dealing with, and then something else is written with a different character and it brings out something else, whether it's authority or responsibility or a different way of understanding or processing something.
So I don't know who it is, but I know, and this happened before with mystery clips. I've watched something with him in it. I recognize his voice.
Okay.
I threw my hand up. I'll say it's Kit Harington because we just mentioned him, and
Is it?
the
It's
guy's got
not.
an English voice.
It was
That's
the-
a good guess, though.
And no, it was the wrestler Goldberg.
Oh,
Hey,
Marissa.
you know what, guys? For many actors, portraying a character involves continuously exploring new elements of their character throughout filming. In this clip, Ido Goldberg discusses the dynamic process that he applies to his role in Snowpiercer.
Okay, so Snowpiercer is that series that's been on based on the movie that Chris Evans was in, and this is Goldberg's British cousin.
Oh, so there is a tie-in to Goldberg. We do know this. So we'll give Casey get partial credit.
Yeah.
All
right,
yeah.
New episode Sunday on Sling TV.
All right, thank you, Marissa. Appreciate that. That is officially your entertainment report. We will take a break and come back in a moment. We got stuff to give away this morning. We got things to talk about. Stick around because it is No Sad Bro Friday. And why is... There we go. I'm like, there's no music. I hit the button. There's nothing on
words
here.
on it.
All right, so we'll take a break and we'll come back in just a moment. F it, we'll do it live. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
To Disneyland. The Disneyland, there was no Disney World at that time. Those attractions were, you as a kid, you might as well have been transported to another universe.
You couldn't
It was
believe it.
just mind-boggling. And they just actually sort of re-tinkered Pirates of the Caribbean because of PC questions, but it's still essentially the same ride there.
He also wrote the lyrics to their memorable songs. Yo Ho, A Pirate's Life. He wrote that.
Did he write It's a Small World? No, that's from
He didn't. But he wrote Grim Grinning Ghost that they sing on the Haunted Mansion tour as well. In the mid-1960s, Atencio's career changed course, and Walt Disney called him into his office and asked him to join the Imagineering unit that created theme park attractions. He said, I went over there reluctantly because I didn't know what I was getting into, and nobody there knew what I was supposed to do either. About a month later, I got a phone call from Walt. He told me, I want you to do the script for the Pirates of the Caribbean.
This is a great opportunity, and if you don't do it, you're fired.
And he said he had never written a script before the Pirates assignment. Pirates was the last ride that Walt Disney would directly supervise. Disney died December in 1966, just 3 months before the attraction. It never really opened. He died before it opened.
It's amazing.
But Atencio helped him to experience it in a way. He said, we mocked it up on a soundstage in full size, and we pushed Walt through it. We rigged up a chart.
What am I looking at here?
We rigged up a cart that moved about the same pace
I
that
can't see.
the boat would, and we moved him through.
This hurts my back substantially.
And we had the auctioneer.
Why are you doing this to me?
And we had the auctioneer up here, and he said, what do ye offer this buxom wench? And then on the other side, a pirate yells, 6 bottles of rum, et cetera, et cetera. He said, but it was hard to hear. And I said, I'm sorry, Walt, you can't hear the stuff too clearly. And he said, if you go to a cocktail party, you tune in on one conversation, and then you tune in on that one. Every time they come through, they'll see something new. And I thought, why the heck didn't I think of that? That is Xavier Atencio.
A pirate's life for me.
So he wrote this.
We kindle and char, inflame and ignite. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We burn up the city, we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
We burn up the city.
Yeah,
we burn up the city and rape the people and kill everyone who won't come along. We slit their throats and throw them overboard and turn them into shark bait.
Yeah, exactly.
Me hearties, yo
Escape
ho.
the children and make them slaves.
Up the city, we're really a fright. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho. We're beggars and fighters and ne'er-do-well cats. Drink up, me hearties, yo ho.
And we're all half crazy because of syphilis. The robot, with the mouth. And we're all half crazy because of syphilis.
But you're right. They burned down the town.
Burn down the town and kill the animals and sexually abuse the women.
Pirate's Life. And
I think that's
The
how the
salty old sea.
I think that's how the first movie ends, with Johnny Depp saying, "Drink up, me hearties, yo ho."
Oh, really?
I think that's the last line of the movie.
Yeah, he's doing that freaking Jack Sparrow impression.
No, he needs to be just Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be? Yeah.
We come into town and rock around and visit the Viper Room.
I noticed that it's very hard to swat a fly. They move so fast.
Well, I have it kind of down to a science.
I have a theory too. What is yours?
You, in many ways, it's like sex. You come down the back from behind the eyesight doesn't go all the way back to the back.
Okay.
So that's how I come in for the SWAT.
My theory is, if you're just sitting there and one like lands on your leg or something like that,
you ain't gonna win.
You don't move. No, right. I have a way to do it. I slowly will bring my hand into position, and then I will wait and I will watch the fly. And once the fly starts doing that thing with its front two little hands, if it starts rubbing them together, because at first it'll notice your hand and it'll stop.
That's when it gets all greedy.
Freeze and won't move. Yeah. And then when it starts going about its business, it is now not necessarily paying attention to your hand anymore, and then bam, nail them. I'm a fly hater, and I actually keep a scoreboard at my house for dead flies.
That's cool.
Everybody's name is on there.
I notice there's a fly hater too.
And if you get them, you get a hash mark for everyone that you get.
He actually keeps score.
I should have done a prize at the end of the summer, but I never got around to doing that. But anyhow, so here's the deal. This question, why do they move so fast, flies, was put to the BBC World Service crowd science team. And the answer is that, compared to us, basically, they see things they see things essentially what we see in slow motion. So they see the world moving.
This guy's wearing a bucket hat.
Much slower. The speed of time differs depending on your species. This happens because animals see the world around them like a continuous video, but in reality, they piece together images sent from the eyes to the brain in distinct flashes a set number of times per second. And I'll explain that. So humans average 60 flashes per second and flies 250. The speed at which those images are produced by the brain is called the flicker fusion rate.
Flicker fusion rate.
Yes.
Flicker.
And it's weird how they were able to determine this. So, in general, the smaller the species...
Did they capture a fly and interrogate him?
The faster its critical flicker... They put a light in front of him.
Please, I don't know. I'm so thirsty.
They start smacking him around.
No. Oh, no, please. Come on. I'm just a fly.
In general... the smaller the species, the faster its critical flicker fusion rate is, and flies in particular.
Critical flicker fusion rate.
Yeah, so Professor Roger Hardy from the University of Cambridge investigates how flies' eyes work and has...
It's actually very interesting when you stop and consider it.
And has an experiment to determine their flicker fusion rate. So it's simply how fast a light has to be turning on and off, that's the flicker,
right,
before it's perceived or seen as just a continuous light. So like a flashing strobe light, okay?
Right, so even
you can tell when it's going off and on, but at some point you can't, even though it is going off and on.
Right.
So what they did is they insert tiny glass electrodes into the living light-sensitive cells of their eyes.
Of a fly's eyes.
Photoreceptors.
How did they do that?
Before flashing LED lights at faster and faster speeds. Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current.
I assume ladybugs come in nurse outfits.
In the photoreceptors.
That'd be hot.
Hey, up here, buddy. Up here. Here's where the 10,000 eyes are.
Each flash of the LED produces a tiny electrical current into the photoreceptors that a computer can graph onto a screen. Tests reveal the fastest fly record distinct responses to flickering up to 400 times per second. Yeah, but I'm amazed at modern science and the fact that they can actually take something that tiny like that and actually...
How did they get them to sit still to put those things in their eyes?
The chair is very comfortable.
Yeah, it's comfortable. They get a little foot
This
masseuse.
is good. What is this? Oh, my God. Look at this. The feet come up.
And they have them relax. Somebody said that's why electricity cycles at 60 hertz per second, or HZ. Is that hertz per second?
It just hurts.
Oh, 60 hertz?
It hurts.
God, would you stop it already?
We're morons.
All right. I have a list of things from various magazines of suggestions of what to do. For your fall activities.
Local or anywhere?
No, this is just anywhere.
Okay.
But no, these are stupid. A pumpkin spice latte date.
Oh, my God.
Treat your bestie to a PSL.
Bestie.
Wait, what's
a PS? A pumpkin spice latte.
I know.
And
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that your list stinks.
How about dinner and a fall-themed movie?
That's ridiculous.
All right, what's
Throw
the-
that list out.
What's
How
a
about buy
fall-themed
some
movie?
orange crayons and rub it on a piece of paper?
Honestly,
How about wait for them to come in and relax the straps on your hands?
Bacon apple pie together.
Yes.
Okay.
What if you're not together? What if you're alone?
How about this? Watch a football game. These are just ridiculous. These are like out of, like Allure magazine or,
Yeah,
Or
right.
how about look out the window at your neighbor's house?
Honest to God, like somebody actually got paid to do that.
They needed an extra page in the magazine.
Here's a good fall activity.
Walk to the end of your driveway, turn around, and go back.
From the mind of Preston Elliott, do one of the train rides that are available in our areas. That would be cool, right?
Yeah.
There's one out of New Hope.
That's just all over the place.
What is it?
SEPTA is all over the place.
This is so scenic. Hey, man, I'm sorry I pissed on you.
Yeah, especially the houses that live right next to the train tracks. Those are always lovely.
Strasburg is the one you're thinking of.
Strasburg.
All right, is that's the best in the area, right?
They have the ghost train. It's like the old style locomotive. That's out by Lancaster.
And didn't we have a Not Your Average Listener? Was she from?
She was an engineer.
An engineer,
for them. Yeah.
That was cool.
And
That
that
was
one
really
one
cool.
goes for about 40 minutes. From what I understand.
something like that, yeah.
40, 45 minutes.
Most
okay.
of them are like a half, anywhere from like 40 minutes to an hour.
That's still cool.
But Case, along the lines of what you were saying, and if you're in Jersey, New Jersey Transit.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Does SEPTA
Listen,
go over
it's
there?
not exactly the same experience, but the buses are always a blast.
This also says have a fall photo shoot.
Oh, I'm doing that.
What? Who put this together? Sling Blade?
We're doing a family photo
I got some
shoot.
great ideas for all of them.
No, don't make fun of that one.
Go outside looking out there, like raccoons out in the field.
So you're doing a fall photo shoot?
Yeah, we're
Family
doing
photo shoot?
it, Steve, on Forbidden Drive.
Yes, it'll be. Yeah, I'd love to. Forbidden Drive is close to me. Huh?
Actually, that's a good idea.
Do you want to bring us hot chocolate in the morning?
I will absolutely with spice latte. SP. What is it?
SPL.
PSL.
PSL.
Look, I brought some SPLs.
SPL.
Look, I brought some silent patedlis.
Yeah.
Pumpkin spice latte.
I brought some SPLs.
What did I say?
Silent patedlis.
Plugs, real quick. And Kathy, I need you to check something for me, if you wouldn't mind, because I got this from our friend Sean Keenan of Keenan's.
Yes.
Irish pub fame. And he had asked me to do a shout out. This was on Tuesday, and I forgot to get to it. And he might be referring to, let me read it to you, and then here's what I need you to find out. It says, what's up, guys? I was, hope all is well. I was hoping to get a shout out later today. Good luck to Harrison Township Little League 10U. They're playing in the New Jersey State Championship Series starting tonight against Nottingham, New York fans. Mullica Hill area is a big listening area for your show, and people ask me all the time if I know you guys. Thanks. Now, I saw a quick news blurb about a New Jersey baseball team that won the championship. And I wasn't sure if that was these guys or not.
Okay.
If they won the state championship or if it was I saw it in passing.
Oh, man.
But they were having a parade and everything, and I missed out on it. And I didn't know if it was these guys or not. He said the Harrison Township Little League, but
I see the Little League. I'm not seeing anything that they won.
Okay.
So,
but there was
wait a minute.
there might have been a New Jersey team that won the national championship.
2024
I'm not sure.
tournament. Okay.
I apologize.
I'm still looking. Nothing popped up right away, so I'm gonna have to.
I'm going to throw him a short anyway.
Please do. And sorry about the delay there, Sean. I would have gotten that on Tuesday right away, but I didn't.
Write more comprehensive messages.
No. Then this one I loved. I got this morning, and he wants me to do it in the next week or so, but we're taking some time off here shortly for a little summer vacation, and so I'm going to do it today. Eric Liebfried wrote in and said, "Hey, Presbo, I know you're busy and get a million emails regarding everything, so I hope this teaches you." I think he meant reaches you.
Yeah.
I better learn something, mister.
He said, I was the winner of the Sweetwater Marina 3-night getaway, courtesy of the Christmas Miracle broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
I had a Ted Lasso Christmas sweater that said wanker on it, and I was kind of the too tall guy hiding in the box playing the game, yes or no. We are leaving Thursday morning on the 1st. Plan on listening both Thursday and Friday. I was wondering if I could get a shout out for my wife, Alexis, who loves me enough to join me in Phoenixville at 5:30 a.m. So she was there with him at the Christmas Miracle. So yeah, they won the little getaway.
Oh, that's awesome.
And
That was such a cool prize.
It was, and I remember him. He barely fit in that box. But Eric, congratulations and thanks, man. We appreciate that.
I'm looking forward to doing. There's planning going on all the time, but I love that Christmas Miracle. I love that theater. I want that. I want that again this year.
Let's see. Here's another one. My buddy Rich Wolford has his 41st birthday, and I know he's listening to you guys. He's been listening since the Y100 days. He grew up in Washington Township in South Jersey, but he lives in Utah now. If you guys give him a shout out on his show, that would be amazing, and I know he definitely needs that, and that is from... he doesn't sign it. It's from Flash something or the other. So happy birthday, sir. Yes, Kathy.
So I have the Little League information. It was not them. Haddonfield Little League team won the first ever New Jersey State Championship.
Okay.
So why is this team claiming that they won?
Yeah.
No, they didn't. It's Haddonfield?
Yeah, it was the boys team 9 to 11 years old.
Okay.
And in North Jersey on Sunday, they won the borough's first state championship.
Awesome. Well, good for them, man. Congratulations. All right, and then one last thing. This is a butt plug.
All right.
Steve Dudley, who emails us pretty regularly, had asked for this. Ava Dudley, diagnosed with metastatic bone cancer in the beginning of June. Diagnosis occurred after a session at a gym doing leg presses. She had some lingering pain, thought maybe it was a pulled muscle. Turned out to be a tumor the size of an apple.
Oh, boy.
Her left tibia that has spread to her right lung. She's only 14.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. The Dudley family could use your love and support. And with all of the driving back and forth to CHOP for chemo treatments and unexpected trips to the ER, the whole community has stepped up to host events to help ease some of the financial burden. So there's an event tomorrow. It's the Cannoners Sportsman Club in Lansdale. They're hosting a Hoagie Day fundraiser from noon to 3. So we have this on the community events page at WMMR.com. He says there's also a link to a Facebook page to leave messages for the family and GoFundMe to offer support. So again, it's the Cannoneers Sportsman's Club in Lansdale with a Hoagie Day fundraiser, and that is tomorrow from noon to 3. So you can stop by, buy a hoagie. It's going to help out the family. It's going to help her out, obviously. So we wish Ava the best. And like I said, go to WMMR.com and click on the community events and see if you can help out. That would be great. All right. I saw this thing. I saw a story because obviously we're in the peak of vacation time right now of people traveling.
Yeah, you know what? To that point, I've been noticing, and you can tell when you're in the height of that period, driving around. It's a little more barren out there. Have you noticed? I think a lot of people are,
especially in the evening, because listen, there's a stretch of road near my house that I will. From, let's say, 4 o'clock to 5:30, I just avoid it because that is the worst time of the day. And the one day I drove, and I know this is not what we're talking about, but I drove to that stretch of road, and it was like 5 o'clock at night. I'm like, there's nobody here.
No, there's a tangible, palpable difference.
Everybody's on vacation.
They're on vacation.
So being on vacation, I saw this article, and the title of it is The Fights Couples Always Have on Vacation.
Oh.
Because that's the last thing you want. You're on vacation.
It's supposed to be the time where you're just, isn't this wonderful, honey? Look at that incredible architecture, or isn't this beach great? Mm-hmm. You don't want to be at each other's throats.
Yep.
Forever etched in our minds is the story of when we were on vacation and my mom and dad couldn't decide where to go to dinner. And it was the only time my mom ever said the F word. We were all in the car and she said, "We have effing chicken at home."
Keep effing that chicken.
Keep effing that chicken.
So this is kind of along those lines, Kathy.
Yeah, okay.
So these relationship experts say that these are the most common disagreements that couples have on vacation. So here are the subjects. Number 1, we need to relax versus we need some adventure. So people may not agree on what they want to do on vacation. Couples argue about how to spend that time.
There are decided differences with a lot of couples on what they like doing. Some are just book under an umbrella on a beach, and others are hiking.
Yep.
And Claire and I sync up pretty well on getting out and being active, and and the way we vacation. But she is really adaptable. She travels with a lot of different groups. And she can adapt to each of the desires of those groups.
Right.
Therapist Abigail Makepeace, that's her
great name.
Said that she explains that one partner may want to unwind and spend a little trip lounging by the pool with a cocktail, while the other is looking for excitement and thrills. To avoid this fight, she recommends talking about what your ideal vacation includes before you take off so the both of you enjoy time together. I like to do a little of both.
Yeah.
I like to have a day that is, let's do nothing. and then a day that is okay. We're gonna go. You know, we're gonna go. We're gonna do something on the water.
I agree.
Gonna,
So, you know that ahead of time. Is it okay in your traveling structure for, say, Rochelle to say, I'm going to be on the beach, and you to say, I'm going to go hike into this area?
Yeah.
Like you don't have to be joined at the hip, correct?
Right, exactly. I do feel bad if I take off and do something on my own.
Especially
like
if you go to a prostitute.
Like I'm neglecting her. Yeah. Well, I invite her for that. But
no, they're both into that.
They're into that. Yeah. I'll be with my man.
But yeah, we could agree upon something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, the reality here is that on any given day, when you're not on vacation, you guys go off and you do your own separate things anyway.
Yeah.
Why does that have to change just because you're on vacation?
Well, because it's the time where you're away from everyday life and the hustle and bustle, and so you're supposed to spend time together.
You want to experience each other, but I agree. You're right, Casey. When you're out, say you're it doesn't have to be. I'd like to check this out. I'd like to check out this building, even if you're in the city or whatever, or out in a rural area. I want to check out that squirrel.
By the way, I would love to hear from people who have had knockdown, drag out fights on what's supposed to be the vacation of your life, and it ruined it for you. All right, 215-263-WMMR, because there are some people who will have fights on vacation and like not even talk to each other the rest of the time.
Have you ever been on a vacay and had a bad fight? With the missus?
No, I've not on a full getaway vacation. Thankfully, that's never happened. I have had where I've gone on little excursions, and one in particular that there was a rubber girl.
Yeah.
Me and her and my best friend Steve.
God,
and,
she was a real peach.
Oh, dude, I know. And his now wife. Went on
Steve's wife?
Yeah, Steve's wife. We went on a double date of sorts, but it was we were going to go camping, we were going canoeing, we were doing a float trip.
Sounds magical.
And bitch on wheels, just was she was
a bitch on wheels.
She was a bitch on wheels. And it just killed it. And we ended up scrapping the whole thing.
Really?
Yeah. We were in the middle of floating down the river, and we were like halfway through, and then we had several hours left to go. And I was just like, I wanted to.
Was there a break?
I wanted to drown her.
Was there a split in the creek where you pushed her to the waterfall side?
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world. But what's funny is we ended up leaving, and no camping out. We left. We just. But when I dropped her off and Steve and Julia were left together, they were like, you want to go do something? And so the two of them took off. And this was their first date, by the way.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. And they ended up getting married. So they ended up getting married.
You might have fortified their relationship by them saying, wow, we're better than that.
I kind of did, actually. So it ended up being a
thank
good
God
thing.
she was such a bitch.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I really owe her for that.
You know, in relationships, especially like this one, the bitch never gets the credit for bringing the people together.
Right.
I'll say this: what happens when we've had altercations on trips? We just go silent.
Yes,
that's what we do.
Yeah.
We don't fight.
Yeah,
we just go
I've
silent.
never argued. Sorry, on a trip, it's always before. Like,
wait a minute, may I quote?
No.
You just bought it, Dennis.
No, I just bought it.
Yeah.
But that wasn't an argument. That was just me drunk, not being able to find something, and mad at him because he wouldn't help me.
This was when we were coming back from Anguilla.
Yes,
right?
yeah, I believe so.
On a boat, yeah.
But
the arguments always happen because I'm such a crazy packer and planner, and so I just go nuts. And even now, Jace looks at me, he's like, "Okay, what do you need help with?" But once I'm there, everything's good.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Yeah.
Except when you lose them.
You're meticulous about making sure that everything gets there that we need to get there, and then we can.
Well, and also, I
Unwind.
if I forget something, we've talked about this before. What, you can't buy toothpaste where you're going? We forgot the toothpaste.
What? Listen,
this was part of the plan.
They don't have toothpaste.
May I ask you a question? Where we come from, we use this kind of, it's like a paste to clean our teeth. Do you have something like this in your store?
Hang on, I want to go to call here. I have Chris on the line. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's up?
So I actually, quite a few years ago, we went to Jamaica with a big group, 38 people, and a couple that went with us The lady brought her granddaughter. She was remarried, so it wasn't the guys. They actually got in a fight about it because, for whatever reason, I don't know the full story, the guy would end up leaving like 2 days into 7 days being there, left all his clothes, golf clubs, the whole shebang.
Oh, my gosh.
Got home, and he went and stayed at they had 2 properties, moved to the other property, and they wound up getting divorced.
No kidding.
So I bet you vacations can spawn splits, can end marriages, can end relationships.
Yep.
Well, did you and Burnt Rubber end up splitting right after that?
Thanks, Chris. Oh, we broke up a few times.
Okay.
It was one of those, one of those things. So, but it was shortly after that that ended for good. Yes.
Oh, to your point, Casey, earlier about you're at a point when there's this heightened. Well, we're going together and we're going to go do this thing, and it's supposed, and we're going to cast off our daily travails and be free of all that. Yep. And then you get agitated in something. It's like Adam Sandler did a bit for Perillo Tours on SNL.
Right.
And he goes, we can get you to Italy. But remember, whatever problems you had at home, you have them with you when you're in Italy.
God, man, I remember on that float trip. So now I'm reminiscing in my head. What the whole thing was is we were in the canoe and I think she was saying to Steve, she's like, push him in or something like that. We want him to push me in the water.
Right.
And I guess I got pushed in. I don't remember that part or not. And so then later on, I go over to her and I'm going to throw her in the water.
Oh, and
no, don't do it. Don't do it.
I don't want to get my hair wet.
Yeah. And I'm like, you're going in, boo. And I toss her in, and it was like a baptism of evil because she went into the water and she came out of the water
like a devil,
a possessed demon.
I've messed with the primordial forces of evil.
And I'm like, you were just telling him to throw me in the water. We're out here, we're playing.
Told you not to do this.
Oh, God.
I'm kind of thinking she's not a bitch now. No, you can't do that.
She already did it to him, though.
No, but she didn't. She was trying to convince
She established
Steve
that
to
it
do
was
egging
fun.
Steve on.
It's okay. You're the dude. Your hair is fine. She probably didn't want to get her hair wet.
Probably.
I'm not even kidding. That's the reason.
Don't go out on the water.
But
she's a BRS, Burnt Rubber sympathizer.
Yeah, what's up with that?
That's such a the hair?
Why are you siding with her?
I'm not siding with the bitch. I would understand if that was not a get your hair wet day. Whew.
Well, then don't be the person goading somebody to push somebody in the water. Because at that point you're establishing, hey, this is fun.
This is okay.
But
This is okay.
This dynamic here is how a fight happens.
Right?
Because we're in paradise. But you still get pissed off.
Yeah. Let me go to Angela. Angela, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, Angela?
So me and my husband were on our way to our honeymoon almost 7 years ago, and we were at our layover at Miami International Airport, got off our first plane. I had to go to the bathroom. I said, I'm going to stop and go to the bathroom. He said, let's go through security first. And that turned into a screaming, fighting match about who was right and who could stop and who needed to do this. Next thing you know, we were surrounded by FTA agents.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
We were screaming and yelling at each other, and I had on my, wifey shirt. He had on.
Oh man, it's the worst.
God.
You've got those cute little shirts on.
And we didn't talk for maybe until dinner that night when we actually got to the resort. And other than the rest of the trip was fantastic.
Are you still married?
Yes, we are. We are happily married.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. It's the travel.
It's the travel part of it.
Yeah. Thanks,
I mean,
Angela.
Nick said yesterday, he was like, I think, Casey, you asked him, like, are you on vacation already? And he was like, no.
Nope.
Once I get through security, I'm on vacation. Like, he stresses up until he's through the security check.
I've had to go through the shaving off of that. Whatever will be. Que sera, because I am of a mind that I used to get so worked up that I would be paying emotionally and stress-wise for days afterwards, and it just didn't it didn't benefit.
Well, what can be frustrating, and I'm not necessarily speaking from experience because I probably was on the opposite side of this. But like when your spouse or whoever is doing all of this planning and all of this preparation, and you're just like not doing anything, and then you just kind of show up the last day and like throw a wrench in everything, that can be extremely frustrating.
Well, that's why it's tough then when you forget the toothpaste, because then you're like, you could have helped pack.
Well, so listen, I mean, it wasn't a fight with a girlfriend or anything like that, but I remember, we did these fish festival shows in Maine, and I did all of the planning. This is before Google Maps and Waze. You had the MapQuest things. So you literally had to plan and I did all of that. I got the tickets for everybody. I planned everything. I did all the food shopping. And my a-hole friends decided to drive through Connecticut, and I asked them to not drive through.
That.
You know what I mean? And I lost my baloney that day.
Yeah. So let me ask you on this thing, on that part, Kathy, about the packing. So Claire and I pack separate bags. So what you
yeah, but I'm like,
if you don't have something with you, it's because you didn't bring it.
Totally, yeah. Right. I mean, but that's what I'm saying. I'm mad at myself, but I want to blame other people. Do you know what I mean? That's sort of where that is.
Okay, I get it.
I am going to go to Kim. Hey, Kim, good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks. What's happening, Kim?
No, so we were on our first ever family vacation. My eldest son is now 12 years old, so it was, our first let's go, do everything, don't say no, let the kids do whatever. So we had the tropical storm warning coming in. So we decided in the morning that we were just going to stay in the hotel all day, drink, cook, have a good time. Well, my husband decided that he wanted to take the kids down the boardwalk after all of this going on. And I said, this is a bad idea. I'm not going anywhere. We should stay here. Well, lo and behold, he goes with the kids. I had one too many. I passed out. I had 25 missed calls and 30 text messages because this is during COVID now, nonetheless.
Yeah. Okay.
They got all the way down the boardwalk. The tropical storm hit. They couldn't get on the bus without masks because they didn't have their masks.
Oh,
so they had to drive and, oh, my God. Get masks. Get on the bus. Take it all the way down because I apparently answered and told them I was coming to pick them up.
Oh, no.
And I don't remember that at all.
Oh, my God.
Now they come in, and the storm is raging, and so is he. And that's the last I remember. So the next morning, when he's on the couch and the kids come in and say, Mom, the cops were here. And I went, oh, my God. This is the first time ever my kids have ever seen me like this. Ever. In all the years there. And I went, what happened? And apparently I went to go out the sliding glass door, and the front door was open, and my youngest son was trying to go out the door, and the suction of the storm made the door slam on his hand.
Oh, man.
And now he's screaming. People call the cops. I don't remember any of this.
Oh, my God.
Husband, for our last day there, will not talk to me the entire day. And
So the cops are coming because they think you're brutalizing your kid.
Well, that's exactly what it was. He was screaming bloody murder. I don't even know this is going on because I don't know this till the next day, when we're literally sitting at urgent care, and I'm now crying because I'm like, I'm so sorry. And I'm hungover, and I'm like, that was the last time that ever happened. My kids have never seen me like that.
Oh, my
So
God.
huge fight, Kim. So prior to that, blackout drunk was not the norm for you, correct?
Never. No,
Yeah.
I mean, not in front of my kids ever.
Right, okay.
Never. That was the first time, and them being older. I mean, when they were younger, they were babies, they were asleep, they had no idea what was going on. But now, my oldest, this is his 12th birthday party. We went on vacation, family vacation, and this happens, and I don't remember any of it. And of course, the whole next day is literally me apologizing all day. And my husband, I went, you know what? This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. I get a pass. Thank you.
Yeah. How many years ago was this, Kim?
This is COVID, so it was 20.
Oh, yeah, about 4 years ago.
It was the tail end of it.
So the point is that you can bring your troubles from work from home on vacation, and you can do stuff on vacation that you're going to bring back home too with.
100%.
Wow. All right, Kim. Thank you.
Memories to last a lifetime with my kids.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Thank you.
Have a good day, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. Let me see. Wow. A couple more good calls coming in here. I'm going to go to, let's see, Chris. Let's get him on. Hi, Chris. You're on. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Hey, good morning to see you, Chris. What's up, buddy?
Hey, so it's Chris the Flagger again, and I have so family vacation with my dad and my stepmom, and there are 4 kids between the 2 of them. So they all decided it's a great idea to take us to Honolulu for a week, and they were just shy of fist fighting each other from the second we got on the plane to the second we landed back.
Let me ask you,
you're in paradise.
Yeah, are they openly screaming, Chris? Or are they loud, or how is this manifesting?
Oh no! It's that gritted teeth and hushed voices, but you could just feel the rage like radiating off the 2 of them.
Jeez,
Chris, did they go the distance, or did they end up getting divorced?
Oh no, they're still together.
Wow.
Why not? Misery loves company.
Wow.
Very loving. Actually, but they have one of the best relationships I've ever seen. I think.
Right.
They have any idea why on this particular vacation what the angst was all about?
Oh, well, it started. I mean, my stepmom was driving us, and we got a flat tire the second we pulled into the parking lot by the airport.
So you drove to Honolulu.
Oh yeah, and no, this is in Newark.
Okay.
And they trying to get a spare on. There's 4 of us just milling around, just like, okay, I guess we're gonna see how this goes. And it just started from there. And I seem to recall my dad saying something to the effect of, "Oh, of course." And
did it involve seeing her next Tuesday?
He did. I didn't hear that particular. I didn't hear that particular epithet, but I'm sure it was said at some point.
All right, so Chris, it was just kind of those one thing after another type of deals. It
was just cascading, and then the hotel had to undergo some emergency repairs. When we landed, they didn't find that out until we had landed, because obviously it's a 12-hour flight,
right?
And you don't have Wi-Fi, so they're not going to pay for that.
Well, you know what happens?
Thanks, Chris.
You're perceiving, and it's the truth. The truth. You perceive a clock is ticking. You're on vacation.
Yes.
It's burning off. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
Absolutely.
And that makes things worse.
And if one thing after another starts to go wrong, it's like we're supposed to be having fun.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I should be relaxing under a palm tree.
Yeah.
And I'm changing a tire in Newark.
Let me go to Brandon. Hey, Brandon, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, buddy. What's up, man?
So, my birthday and our wedding was like 2 days from each other.
Okay.
So, we had our wedding, and the day before we partied with family because we was going to be on our honeymoon for my birthday.
Right.
So we woke up to leave for our honeymoon. Kind of woke up late because we was hungover. So as I'm rushing, trying to get everything together, make sure I got the keys to get back into the house, our passports. We catch an Uber down there. So as I'm walking to the Uber, I got my suitcase. I'm checking for everything. She's still on the porch, and I turn around like, "What's going on?" She's like, "You're not going to be a gentleman and get my suitcase?" And I looked at her like, I'm looking for our life here. Company, like, you could pick up your suitcase and so the first 2 days of our honeymoon was no art, like no talking whatsoever.
Oh man,
and I don't know what it is, but there's so many things that figure into it, and the dynamic. You figure this is supposed to be the blissful time. This is the we're gonna go. And
doesn't get any better than this.
Doesn't get any better.
The way that we started talking again was. I accidentally left my ring in the hotel. I mean, like in our room.
Uh-huh.
And she came down to the bar area. Was just like, "You don't want to be married to me."
Do you know?
Wow.
You know this dynamic, Preston. If you're not
Thanks,
talking,
Brandon.
you're not talking.
Yeah.
And you both want to talk.
Yeah.
And you look for those moments. and that's when some of the weirdest conversations play. You're like, and they're not making straws like they used to.
You notice that? I was just thinking that. They don't make the straws like they used to.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Just some little olive branch, no matter what it is, away just to get the thing restarted. Yeah, there was Rochelle and I had a tiff not that long ago, and I was like, okay, we got to play the little game here for a little while, and eventually this is going to go away, and we will things will come back around. But I remember, when the moments of silence ended, I forgot what restarted us conversing with each other, but it was something as stupid as that.
You're both looking for an on-ramp.
Yeah.
An on-ramp.
Yep, to get on that highway of love. So anyhow, well, thank you for the calls. That's all we're going to have time for. But just the main things that couples argue about per this article, which we really didn't get to dive into, but the people that you have someone who wants to relax versus someone who wants adventure. And then another common argument is we need to plan or let's just be spontaneous.
I would always side with plan.
Me too.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be rock solid, but you have to have an idea.
I think the way to do that is have plans with gaps in between. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can
leave room for improvisation.
And be okay if your plan doesn't go as planned.
Yeah.
I know. That's one I have trouble with.
Yeah.
I don't react to that well. I'm like, we all agreed
that
we
this
were going to do
was-
this, right?
Yeah.
And now we're not doing that?
We're not doing it?
Whose idea was
Before
that?
you know, you're back in the hotel and this is a solid straw.
Yeah.
I've seen that side of you come out when things have been planned on the show, and then he goes,
I know.
We all planned that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all agreed
It's
to
not what
this?
we're doing. We all agreed to it, and it's not what's happening.
I need to work on that. Then there's also an argument of let's make time for romance versus I'm just not in the mood. Because sometimes vacation, it's your opportunity to have at it. And then you're spending too much versus you're being too frugal. So these are common arguments that people will have on vacation. So the best thing is to have an open conversation about this stuff before you even go.
Relax.
Yep.
I know it's hard to do that, but listen, it's all good. You'll make it through.
Speaking of vacation, we have a little 2-hour vacation. It'll probably be more than 2 hours, but it's the Preston and Steve Who's Luau? Who's Lou? Which will be taking place on Thursday, August 22nd.
So it's like a trip to Honolulu.
Yes.
Without all the fuss and muss.
But it's at the Valley Beach at Valley Forge Casino Resort. 6 to 8 p.m., free admission, 21 and over event. We will have special luau-inspired food and drink and some thematic entertainment that we're working on. Lots of prizes. And listen for your chance to win a pair of Who's Luau wristbands for free food and beverage. We'll probably start that in a couple weeks.
I don't think we've ever done a just straight-up party for the sake of party.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a theme to it, but it's just a hang. Let's come out and spend some time together. So, and we'll have some, like I said, prizes and things like that to give away. So mark that on your calendar. August
Kathy
22nd.
and I had been talking about doing a synchronized swimming routine. At the party.
Nice.
We were talking about that.
We were.
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
You're going to do, why don't you do the scene from Dirty Dancing where they're doing the...
Yes.
In the water.
In the lake.
In
where
the
we're
water.
Practicing the lift
I
in the
actually
lake.
know a few synchronized swimming tricks because one of my good friends growing up was an amazing synchronized swimmer, and so she taught me a few little things. Yeah.
Well, then it's a done
So
deal.
actually, it's a done deal. We'll do it.
We have to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We will get to the bizarre file when we return. Stay with us. DVDA.
I put some DVDAs, everybody.
PSLs is
and lube.
Just replace
DSL is something very different.
Yeah.
What?
All right, hang on.
Just say the letters. The letters aren't profane.
No, but I'm just saying.
You
well,
won't
you know what
know.
DSL, right?
Oh, yeah.
But a PSL. just-
D-sucking lips.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now you're pee sucking.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, guys.
We used to say
it's a
DSB,
little bit-
deadly sperm buildup. If you hadn't gotten laid in a year.
Oh.
Yeah. I have
Happy
DSB.
year.
man.
Where's that taking
My
place?
pupils are right.
We are all. This is.
We are.
This is.
This is it.
we're
These are
off the
fall
rails.
activities.
We are off the rails.
I just want to know when
Yes,
you're
I'm
doing.
interested in where the DSL is taking place. I believe I qualify.
I definitely qualify.
Romano, R-O-M-A-N-O.
That was my nickname, by the way.
What?
Are you kidding?
Shut up. DSL?
My girlfriends would call me that. Yes.
Wow.
How ironic.
That is.
No, I wasn't actually using.
I
them for
know.
that,
That's the
but
definition of irony. It's. Oh my God.
It does, yeah. That's like talking about Sling Blade. That's like nicknaming him the Brain.
Right.
Hey, genius.
DSL.
That's funny.
Wow, we still find things out about each other after all these years. So, the Warner Brothers movie A Star is Born remake is pushing its release to May 18th, 2018 from September 28th through
Why is that?
2018. You know what? They don't really give a reason why, but they're moving it up.
This is Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga?
Yeah, exactly. Cooper plays Jackson Maine, who discovers a talented unknown named Allie. That's Lady Gaga. Her eventual fame puts a strain on their romance, and previous versions include the 1937 film starring Frederick Mark and Janet Gaynor.
And the one with James Mason, where I played Norman, Maine.
Yeah, in 1954.
Judy Garland's Esther Blodgett.
Yes, James Mason and Judy Garland.
It was the first time. It was a musical version, and that was the first time.
It was a musical?
The original was not.
Oh, okay. Like they sang.
They sang. There were songs sung.
But did they sing?
Often.
Did they sing dialogue to each other, or was it just songs were in it?
There were songs performed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. And have some Thunderbirds.
Yeah, thank you. When
Yeah.
friends drop by unexpectedly, I break out the Thunderbird and beef jerky.
Beef jerky?
Absolutely. Okay. And everyone leaves with a small Tupperware container full of taco dip.
Oh.
That's how we roll at the Mason house.
Do we still have the Thunderbird? See if you can find that audio. Look up James Mason and Thunderbird, which was basically Thunderbird is like the malt liquor
Right.
that you'll find, discarded bottles of in
Alleyways,
In
yeah,
alleyways. And here it is. Yes.
I like the unusual flavor of Thunderbird wine. It's an exceptionally good drink for every occasion. Thunderbird has an unusual flavor all its own.
The usual flavor. What I imagine perhaps a sloth seminal fluid to taste like.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's unusual for sure, as I'm only guessing, having not ever gone down on a sloth. Unusual for sure.
What is that? Who said that?
Oh my God, I'm wheezing like crazy. Oh.
Not quite like anything I've ever tasted.
It actually physically sticks in my teeth, which you don't find in most liquids.
I suggest that you try Thunderbird. It's really delightful.
Best way to get rid of unwanted friends.
This is peak lazy. Walmart has revealed it is testing a service in Silicon Valley that delivers groceries straight into customers' refrigerators.
They'll pack your fridge for you?
Yep.
They'll pack your ass, Preston.
You moving? Bend over and I'll pack your
All
ass
right,
for
is
you.
this because,
Help you pack your ass.
Amazon, you have Amazon is like pantry or whatever, and then Amazon Fresh, where they deliver it to your
How about
doorstep?
Amazon Rectum, where they actually feed you the food and then push it through your...
Oh, dear God.
Yeah.
So the problem we have with the Amazon Fresh isn't really anything except for the fact that when they pack the frozen food and the perishable foods, they have ice packs to keep it fresh. Now we have like 70.
You don't have to
we
keep
have
them.
70 ice packs.
You don't have to keep them.
Right?
You
Do you
can
know what?
actually throw some of them out
If you
you
can,
want.
drop them off at retirement homes. They love to play with them.
Wait a minute. So you feel obligated to keep them all?
Well, all right. So they did come in handy for the shore this past summer.
I keep a couple of them.
Yeah, we kept a whole bunch in the freezer. So when we would take a cooler down to the beach or whatever, but
can't you return them?
I guess you
No,
could.
it's just plastic with water in it.
Oh, all right.
It's
Wait,
not,
by the way, what is it just plastic with
No,
water in it? Because
it's-
those things stay frozen for days.
no, yeah. Poke one open, drain it out.
Drink it.
Drink it.
Drink it.
No thanks.
and then no, I'm saying if you want to get rid of them, and then throw it in the recycling.
Isn't
my
it
point is I don't
airline
think-
employee semen? Is that what it is?
I don't think it's just water. I will bet you.
Oh.
What?
That would be a great idea.
wait a
I
second.
will bet you
Ooh.
a shopping spree
Oh.
that it is more than just water. What do you mean no?
Make it more interesting.
Well,
Shopping
what
spree.
does
I want your ripped shirt.
Yeah, complete the
You
rip
want to
on
wear
your
it.
shirt.
back.
Rip
With
it
the
all the way
underpants
Let
down.
me rip
right
the
now.
rest of your shirt, and you got a bet.
We now rip it below knocker level.
You have to puncture them first, right? You can't
No.
just throw them away full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that too much effort?
Did you say yo? Or did you say no?
I said yeah.
yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
I said yeah.
Yo, buddy.
Yo.
Anyway, yes, we started hanging on to a few of those as well, and then what am I doing? And I just started throwing them away. So.
I'm done with the coat I wanted to make out of these.
All right, hold on.
What?
We may
Breaking news?
No, it's not. No, it's not breaking news. Don't do it.
Not too late.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
A lot of texts are coming in.
Breaking news.
Saying that they've opened those things up and there's all kinds of blue stuff and sticky and
Oh my gosh.
things inside of it.
Kathy, where's he going to take you?
Where are we going? Saks, Preston, right after the show.
Sex
right after the show. Wow.
Sex after the show with Kathy.
Here's another one. So it says the packs say on it that you can cut them and empty them down the drain.
Oh. Well, I don't read things.
Here's somebody says, I'm the owner of Amazon. The fluid is from aborted babies.
Oh, good God.
Another level.
Okay, I don't know.
That's not funny.
But what see? Now you may be thinking about your service. Is yours from Amazon?
No, mine's HelloFresh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do.
Hello, Fresh.
Blue Apron. I want to go to this call on the line real quick, and then we're going to take a break in just a moment. So I'm going to go to Harry. Hey, Harry, how you doing?
Good. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, bud?
Hey, most townships have a thing like once a year or so. They call it, one of the names they use is called Clean Sweep.
Yeah.
And if you have like paint cans or drain cleaner or something like that you don't want any kind of chemical like that.
Household hazardous waste, yeah.
Yeah. You could take it there, and most of them don't charge you anything for it because they just want you to get rid of it safely.
I got to look for that because I have a whole bunch of paint cans I'm looking to get rid of. I have all the stuff
Harry.
from my meth lab I'm looking to get rid of. Yeah.
No, I have a ton of stuff that I need to throw
And you never
out.
know, and you don't want to like battery acid or you know what else I have a lot of those old kerosene, not kerosene, those old the fuel for the little
Oh, yeah.
barbecues. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the,
little containers,
propane tanks, right?
the mini propane tanks.
Go to your trash provider or trash, whatever you want to call it.
Trash provider.
Not your trash
Getting
provider.
my trash delivery this week. I'm sitting here without any garbage. Everyone looks like they're far more.
Your disposal provider.
Where is my trash delivery? I put the cans out at the curbside. I'm waiting. Everyone else has their trash. Do you want me to look like an idiot?
Sorry, sir.
What am I paying for?
Do you want general trash, or do you want like hobo trash? Do you want the classic fish bones and flies, or do you want?
We go with like large,
Boxes, styrofoam, stuff like that would be fine.
Yeah.
Shredded paper, documents that make me look important.
All right, sir.
I'm sorry for the confusion.
We are the nation's #1 trash provider. Anyhow, if you call it your trash service, or go on their website, it will tell you how you can go about disposing of household hazardous waste.
I always forget to do that, so you end up with 45 cans of old paint in your house.
Yeah, that's true. If you're just tuning in, it's Michael Cudlitz who is here with us.
The earlier roles, you have 90210. You're also in Dragon the Bruce Lee story, right?
Hey, Chinaman, teach us those moves.
Wait a minute. You were in that scene?
Yeah, he's one of the.
I am that scene.
Wait, where
I'm Bruce Lee.
No.
Dude, you were phenomenal.
I'm amazing.
You looked Asian.
Wait, when he was in the going to college and he's training in the.
I represent the man.
Okay, I have to go back and I've seen that movie a bunch of times.
But you
were very forgettable in it. I'm sorry.
Thank you. What's the show again? What do you guys do? When does this air? This will be on TV later, right?
Yeah.
But listen, radio. They still do that.
We're huge in Lakewood.
I know nobody's there, so I couldn't tell you. I'll go back and see what's going on.
Listen, I got on board with The Walking Dead very, very late. It was I didn't start until the 6th season. Then I watched every day, and in fact, it helped me out. It actually helped me lose some weight because I made a decision that I got it on Netflix. And I'm going to watch. The only time I'm going to watch it is when I'm exercising. So it became my appointment to exercise. I could only exercise when I was watching Walking Dead. I could only watch Walking Dead when I was exercising. It was actually a really cool thing to do. So I became a huge fan of this. I've gotten all the way up to the end of season 6. And then it stopped on Netflix. It ends.
Oh my god!
And then I had to wait because I couldn't go watch the current. I had to wait until it came back around. So that just recently.
And we kept you protected. We kept you in the
Nobody
dark.
told me anything. And Casey says, "Listen, before Michael comes in, watch the first episode of season 7."
He's a giver.
He is. I didn't watch it, but I read on my little prep sheet a little spoiler alert. So I found out today, man. I'm sorry.
All right, it's okay. I
may or may not come back by the end of the season.
There's always flashbacks, man. And
no, last year. She's over here going, no, end of season 7.
I mean, even now, there's still some people who are not quite sure what happens to your character.
I know. Well, yes.
Yeah.
And that's the thing where where does that line drawn? Where, you can't talk about that.
Yeah.
Like, bro, it's like,
come on, dude.
It's in a year.
Yeah.
We get to talk about it. Abraham's dead. Dead. Okay, if you're listening in your car and you're driving your kids to school, Abraham is dead. Not only Abraham is dead, then they kill Glenn.
Yeah. Oh, and that was
You're
pretty
right.
brutal,
There needs to be an expiration date.
Like a come to Jesus moment. There should be, like in the Hunger Games, an announcement across on some universal PA system.
Yeah.
Okay, now we can talk about it.
For some reason, the final scene in the end of season 6 stuck with me for a long. I thought about it every single day, just because it was gripping, and obviously it was you don't know who's on the receiving end of the bat, and I don't know why, but every single day, at least once a day, I would just think Negan, bat, head. And that's Who is it? And it wasn't.
And we all thought it was gonna be Maggie.
Before we get your bizarre file stories, let's officially make it Friday.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Horizon Services. They can help keep you cool this summer with big summer savings, including free same-day estimates and next-day installation of your new AC system. So book at horizonservices.com. We will start with this. A mom jogging in the Yukon was almost mauled to death by an 8-foot grizzly, but it was her hair clip that saved her.
What?
Vanessa Chaput
Was her hair clip a bear trap?
Was running on a trail with her German Shepherd when they stumbled upon 4 bears. The male grizzly charged at her, mauling her back and breaking her arm.
Oh, my God.
Vanessa played dead at that point to survive, but the bear...
Girl, that is the tackiest clip I've ever seen.
But the bear bit into her hair clip, which broke it, like snapped, and it hurt the bear's mouth. It cut its gum or something like that.
1 in a million.
Causing it to momentarily release her head from its jaws. Vanessa then managed to get to the highway and call for help. Wow.
That's why they say it's always best to hike with someone who works in a salon.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, my cousin actually had an encounter with a bear, and it was a little bit dark. He was in the woods. It was this long story, and he had a water bottle that had a little bit of water left in it. And he said it was the only thing I had, and he threw it at the bear, and it hit the bear right in the nose, like, not that hard, but scared the bear, and it took off.
There you go. It can happen. She was rushed to the hospital with a broken arm, puncture wounds, and claw marks. After 10 days in the hospital, she is back home and grateful to be alive. She hopes that the story will help others know how to survive bear encounters. You're not supposed to scream, run, or make eye contact.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't know.
Where am I going to put the clip?
You just tell them to bite the hair clip, I guess. A tourist in Death Valley was hospitalized over the weekend after briefly making contact with blistering sand dunes that scalded his bare feet and caused third-degree burns to their feet. And we've all walked across hot sand before.
Yes, yeah.
It's excruciating.
You get it real, and you think like I'm always thinking of that scene in the movie 10.
Yes.
Where he actually pays a guy to piggyback him across the beach.
We were on vacation. We were at a beach. We had walked across the sand. It was so hot. We were trying to get to the water, and we eventually made it all the way down there. I mean, like we were running by the time we got to the water. And then we came back away from there. Later on, we saw some people starting to head in that direction, bare feet, and we go, hey, just to let you know, it's really, really hot. You guys probably shouldn't go there. Okay, thanks. And they kept going. And we delighted in watching them in excruciating pain make their way across the sand.
It's like when we were in Tulum, Mexico, and they had that trampoline in the water. And
was it so hot?
No, the problem was there was a ton of coral that you couldn't see. And I just sat there on the trampoline. I'm just watch these people crumble as they're,
Yes, that's right.
So great.
So park rangers believe the 42-year-old man from Belgium lost his shoes while taking a short walk Saturday on the Mesquite Flat sand dunes, a section of Death Valley where visitors hike routes of their own choosing because there are no marked trails.
By the way, it was 131 degrees there last week.
Yeah, so the tourist was apparently wearing flip-flops when he started his walk over the dune field, but those shoes either broke or came loose in the sand and got lost along the way. Rangers couldn't communicate well with the man because he was from Belgium. He didn't speak English very well, and were unsure of exactly what had happened to him before they arrived, at which point his family and other visitors had already carried him to a nearby parking lot. Temperatures were around 123 degrees on that day, and ground temperatures along the dunes would have been even hotter than the air.
Yeah.
The park said that rangers responded quickly to the tourist burns because of their severity. They first transported him in an ambulance to a higher elevation to meet a medical helicopter, which could not land at the original spot on the Mesquite Flat Dunes because it was too hot.
We want to help you, but you have a stupid language.
Apparently, high temperatures can seriously impact a helicopter's ability to fly or prevent the machinery from functioning altogether.
Wow.
When it rises above 120 degrees, like they couldn't even get him out of there on a helicopter.
Nightmare.
Yeah. But they eventually got him to a place, but third-degree burns from sand. That's insanely hot. Everything is bigger in Texas, they say, including the creepy crawlers. Heavy rains around Houston are expected to bring out what they call their foot-long, poisonous hammerhead flatworms.
Have you ever seen these things?
That can regenerate if they're cut in half.
Yeah. I mean, they're out of a nightmare. You don't. They kill you.
These slimy invaders can cause skin irritation and are poison to pets if ingested. Experts warn not to cut these worms as they will regenerate. Instead, put on gloves, and here's what you have to do. Place them in a plastic bag with salt, vinegar, or citrus oil and freeze them overnight.
Oh, yeah, sure. Just toss them in my freezer.
Even dead, these worms
It
are
involves
hazardous.
cooking.
So handle them with care. Hammerhead flatworms got their name from their distinctive head shape and can grow up to 15 inches long.
Okay, well, can't you just burn them? Stick them in a fire pit and...
No, don't burn them. It just gets them angry.
Yeah. You wouldn't like them when they're angry. So if it gets worse, because these worms can reproduce asexually, a portion of the rear breaks off, grows a new head, and becomes a new worm. They're native to Asia. Hammerhead worms have been reported across the U.S., including Texas, Alabama, and California as well.
It's a friggin' nightmare.
Let's see. How about this story? A former administrative assistant at a Tuscaloosa Catholic church has pleaded guilty to embezzling money, much of which she is accused of using to buy gifts for TikTokers.
Aw, it's adorable.
Kristen Marie Buttacletti entered her guilty plea to
I loved your funny dance. Please accept my gift.
To one count of wire fraud involving the theft of hundreds of thousands of dollars from St. Francis of Assisi University Parish.
Well, there is something, I don't know what it is, because Jace always asks me, can I gift this to this TikToker that I know or whatever?
Right.
I mean, obviously I say no because I have no idea what the hell it is, but there's something out there that all these TikTokers are asking for gifts.
There's an option. I think in the response, you can respond.
send a gift.
To send a gift. Same thing exists on YouTube pages. They're making this more and more the thing now to just send a donation. Sometimes on some live streams, if you want your comment to jump to the top, you send
yes,
you know what? You're
pay
right.
for it.
That's what he said. He goes because it'll be at the top, and then the person, the YouTuber, will see it, and maybe he'll follow me back.
Or they'll comment on it or whatever.
I was like,
maybe.
no, Mr. Beast is a billionaire. You're not sending him anything.
Fine, but if he wants to send me a swim spa, endless, he can do that, Kath. I'm accepting those right now.
Buttacletti engaged in a scheme to defraud the church in April 2023. She stole approximately $300,000 from St. Francis, using the funds to buy more than $220,000 in TikTok coins to pay personal
They were just going to waste it on poor people.
Buttacletti used the TikTok coins to send digital gifts to TikTok content creators. In the scheme, she initiated more than 600 unauthorized transactions. The FBI investigated the case. The maximum penalty for wire fraud is 20 years in prison, by the way.
Crazy.
Yep, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, there is a charity event coming up, and this charity event could net you something pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
And we've got a couple of gentlemen in here to speak about the event. It is the 2024 Fallen Heroes Car Show, and it is this weekend. It is on, no, it's not this weekend. They're shaking their heads. No. Well,
August
let's get
10th.
Okay, good. August 10th. What was it? The other one we had mentioned was the cancer charity thing this weekend. All right, so it's August 10th. That's when it's coming up. And we would like to welcome to the show this morning. We have Officer Vic Machise and Chief Matthew Dykert here this morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Did I get your last name correct?
You did.
Machise?
Machise.
Okay.
There you go.
Everything's easy with cheese.
I love it. Excellent. All right, so I got the date wrong. We'll start there. It's August 10th.
August 10th.
And Fallen Heroes Car Show. First of all, what's the benefit? What Fallen Heroes? What exactly does
So
the money
we started
go to?
out benefiting officers that had been killed in the line of duty. We were raising funds for their family directly. That started. This is our 8th show.
Okay. And with this, obviously, there's going to be a car show. But the big news is you guys are giving away a car.
Yes. This year, so last year we teamed up with the FOP Lodge 11 Foundation, which helps all first responders in the area in need. It's a tremendous organization. So we sat down with our friends at Patriot Chevrolet, and Jason was like, yo, go big or go home.
Yeah.
You guys need to give away a car. So we have a $100,000 Chevy Corvette that's going to roll away at the end of the car show.
Wow. So it is, it's a beauty. There's a picture of it on some of your promotional material here. It is a beauty. Now, you buy a raffle ticket. Raffle ticket's $100, right?
Correct.
Now, to me, that is a risk well worth taking.
Hell yes, and
if
especially
the payout,
well, the money's going to go to the Fallen Heroes, so you're making a charitable donation,
which is
with
tax. You can write that off on your taxes
with a shot to win a $100,000 vet.
Yeah,
that's a no-brainer for sure.
Did you see the second prize?
No.
So it's a 4-pack of Phillies tickets on the Labor Day weekend on Sunday. Phillies versus Braves. Ashburn Alley with the concessions gift card. 4-pack of tickets. That alone's worth $100.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's worth way more than $100. Oh my God. Yeah. So clearly this is a no-brainer. Absolutely. So where's the event going to be held?
So it's going to be at our Firehouse Fairgrounds. It's in North Coventry. It's North Coventry Fire Company, which is 144 West Schuylkill Road.
Okay.
Good food, raffles, prizes, all that stuff?
All that stuff. Live band or DJ, we're not sure. We're actually expecting over 400 cars.
Nice.
I was going to ask, are you still looking to fill the car show, or is that?
Yeah, I mean, cars pre-register, show up at the day of the event. The big thing is we're trying to raffle off this car.
Yeah.
There's a key point that we have to sell X amount of tickets to break even for the car.
Yeah.
And we're trying to do that.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a wise move, but would you like it if the standard issue vehicle for the officers was a Corvette? Would that be
someone would get in trouble. There would be an email. Hey, Chief.
I know. Yeah.
Funny thing happened.
Really nice.
How long have you been with the department, by the way?
I've been there for 17 years. Our chief has been there for 27 years.
Wow, man. Okay. What are you doing, Case?
I was trying to scan the QR code. I'm going to buy a raffle ticket.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So can people, if they don't go to the event, can they buy a raffle ticket?
You can sign online through the QR code. There's a direct link on the flyer and
you don't have to be there to win it.
You don't even have to be in state. We'll arrange shipping if we have to.
Okay.
Oh, dude.
Yeah. I'm buying a ticket right now.
Marissa's going to have all the information on PrestonandSteve.com.
And if it's up on your screen, you can scan it on your laptop as well. Yep.
Okay. Well, we will do that for sure. So 400 cars and maybe more, and live music, and a great day, and a chance to win all this really good stuff. Yeah, that's totally worth it.
And more important, we're helping out with a great organization.
No, it sounds at all anything like this, and it does so much. These families that are left in a first you have the initial horrible situation, and then you have the residual. Anything you can do to alleviate that is well worth doing.
So let me. I'm reading a little bit further. So the grand prize is the vet. First prize, it says, are the Phillies tickets and all that. Second prize, $500 Morton Steakhouse gift card.
Nice.
That's a pretty sweet deal. And then third prize, 72-inch smart TV. So there's a lot more here.
Yeah. And we're only selling 2,000 tickets. So if you buy a ticket, it's a 1 in 2,000 chance. You can't beat those odds.
No, that's really good. Okay, well, we'll make sure that we get the word out and reiterate this information, and we'll have it on PrestonandSteve.com. Anything else we need to know?
I like turtles.
Perfect. Excellent. Thank you, Vic. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good luck with the event. We'll send listeners in that way. And Chief, thank you for being here, too. We will take a quick break, but let's hear it for the fellas. And the event coming up on August 10th, it is a 2024 Fallen Heroes Car Show, and we'll have that information up quickly. And yeah, you should definitely, if you can't make it, $100, you kidding me? Yeah. It's a great donation to a great organization, and you have a chance to win some really cool stuff. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Pregnant lady.
Yeah.
Right, network television.
To me, it
Oh,
didn't
look
matter
at
who
him.
it was. I just knew that that somebody that I had cared about for a few years was going to be gone, and I had preferred it to be Eugene, but it wasn't.
Yeah, me too. I was hoping for that.
That annoying bastard.
The reaction. I'm a fan of the show too, so I was kind of like a little part of me was pissed off that they did us both at the same time. But it's kind of brilliant too because it's so brutal, and it is that reminder that Kirkman always says he wants to constantly remind the audience that it's a dangerous world that we're living in. It's not Star Trek, where Captain Kirk he's in danger, but that's okay because he'll be on next week.
Exactly.
It's like,
exactly.
he may actually blow Captain Kirk's head off this week.
Yeah,
and that changes the whole viewing experience.
It does.
And I would argue that these two deaths were not actually any more violent than anything we've seen on the show, but you don't care about any of those other characters that
That's a good point.
about these characters.
Because other characters have been ripped apart.
Oh, Noah got it nailed in the revolving door up against the glass, getting ripped apart. We've had people literally holding their guts, going, "What? I don't." Jeez. I mean, there's been some really nasty, awesome visual stuff.
I think for me, I got to the game a season late. It might have been 2 seasons late, and for me, it was because I didn't want to watch a zombie show. And then I realized that this is it's not a horror show, and I didn't realize it until I was probably about halfway through the first episode, maybe the second episode, because I kind of watch horror movies with my hands over my eyes, and I realized that I didn't have to do that, and then I realized that the zombies are a background almost like the trees are. You know what I mean? And it was really all about the relationships between these people and, what that type of situation will do to a person.
Yeah, turn into when there's a overwhelming crisis,
Well, it's like if you had a chance to rebuild society, what would you do?
Yeah.
If
a
you had
feudal society?
And how would it fail? What are the same mistakes you would make?
Right.
Even though you think, this time we'll do it different. And you see through the show, that absolute power does corrupt, absolutely. And you see people change, and you see people make mistakes. The show's very human.
I want to ask you, how much does the Talking Dead series add to the fandom of this show? Because the
show's a very emotional show. You get very connected to the characters, and horrible things happen to them, and then you're left home alone with that. And this is a way to, I think, share what you're feeling, to sort of know you're not alone. And Chris has described it as the warm hug after the show, and we laugh at that, but I think it is. You get to process the show. You get to hear what other people thought about it. If you were, maybe you think, well, I think he or she is feeling this, or they're going through that, and then you hear people talk about it, and you get to sort of bounce your ideas off their ideas. So it is an extension in a way of the sort of the social media of it all, and that I think we like. I mean, we like that interaction. We like, knowing we're right or wrong, or being not necessarily corrected, but sort of like, what happened there? And if somebody talks about it, and that is what happened there,
it's brilliant.
It's great. Yeah.
Michael, I wanted to ask us. I know you've voiced some characters in Call of Duty. They have a new World War II game coming out. Steve and I are massive fans of the World War II. I know they've spanned all kinds of different campaigns and so forth, but my favorites have been the one in the World War II. Did you voice any in that particular
nothing
game?
recent. I've been out of town for the last 4.
Okay.
Is voice acting for a video game a much different animal? Is it? We always hear it's sort of weird because you're kind of just freelining it, and
Yeah,
That's it.
You're like basically this is a session, except you do it for 2.5 hours. Reload! Reload! Over here! Over there! Under there! Under here! Behind the tank! Behind the Jeep! For 2 days. 2 days.
2 days of that?
Yeah, and that's like, I wish I was kidding.
Yeah.
I wish I was kidding.
That's great. So with the cutscenes, at least, you have a little bit of...
Yeah. Reload! Can't use that one. Reload! Reload? That's great!
Yeah.
What? No, it wasn't great.
Great to have you here. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Michael Cutlets, guys. It's here from Walking Dead, 93.3 WMMR. Visitor to Oktoberfest noticed a man slumped over at a festival exit with a baby attached to his front on Thursday. As the tourist slowly fell to the side, the anxious man took his baby from him. And Oktoberfest is the largest beer festival in the world, attracting a global audience for its mixture of strong beer, traditional Bavarian food, and fairground rides.
You know who went there this year? Matt Cowper.
Oh, yeah?
Said it was sick.
It must have been sick. That's one guy who was there. He's getting sick all over the place.
His baby was there, and he was getting sick. It took a lot of people got sick because they drank too much and they got sick.
Organizers expect visitors numbers to hit 6 million again this year. That's crazy.
Cowper said that there are, what it basically is gigantic tents, benches, and that's it.
Yeah.
Drinking.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
And people getting sick.
And people getting sick.
Yeah. How many million?
6 million.
Million sick people.
What was that again?
6 million sick people.
Sounds sick. All right, and then we'll do one more story. Man, this is wild. Amazing pictures from the Arctic show an army of more than 230 polar bears feasting on a washed-up whale.
We will control the humans. Our time has come.
After a bowhead whale became stranded and died on Russia's remote Wrangel Island, the extraordinary sight was witnessed by tourists on an Arctic cruise.
Look at all those suckers.
Yeah, a source at Wrangel Island Nature Reserve said there were at least 230 polar bears, including single males, single females, mothers with cubs, mothers with cubs, even.
Where are you from? Oh, wow. You've got a Russian accent. Yeah, that's great. Do you like whale? Well, let's go over and have a bite.
You could tell her about that time you went to Oktoberfest.
Yeah, it was sick. Everyone got sick. We were eating blubber and drinking beer, and everyone just got sick. What's my name? Cowper Bear.
It's a big singles. It's a big polar bear singles mixer.
You kidding me? It was, there were single males, single females, mothers with cubs, and even 2 mothers with 4 cubs each.
MILF bears. Sick.
Cowper Bear.
Cowper Bear.
Experts called the
This is
site.
going to be a new thing the kids are going to. Where's my Cowper Bear? He can't go to sleep unless you give him his Cowper Bear.
Called the sight of so many polar bears together unique.
You pull the string. Sick. Pull it again. Sick. Everyone loves Cowper Bear. Sick.
Oh my God. Okay. So anyhow, the huge number could in fact amount as much of 1% of the entire world's population of the creatures. Yeah, tourists initially thought the bears were a flock of sheep. Sheep
are sick.
Although viewing them after viewing them from a distance, but as a boat drew closer, the lucky
Those aren't sheep eating that whale.
vacationers realized that they were what they were witnessing. The mainly Russian tourists had
Just some
to
sheep eating a whale.
depart from a stopover on the island when they spotted the bears.
That seems normal.
Just seems like a flock of sheep eating a whale, the way sheep do.
No, I think they just saw them on the hillside and they thought they were sheep. One of the things that I've been wanting to do for a little while, I have Kathy and I both share a common ailment. We have lower back pain. We have a mildly herniated discs, which causes pressure on the nerves in your back and all this stuff. And our backs hurt all the time. But my neighbor has the same issue, and he's gotten past his problems. And so my neighbor Jaime had he had done all these things, and he also goes, oh yeah, and I get acupuncture. And so it's all of this together has helped completely alleviate it from his life. And I'm like, we had such a blast at Phil's game.
Yeah.
I'll do whatever I can to help get rid of this pain. So I've never sure was definitely the best one we've done.
By far, and we know what one of the main contributors to that reason is.
He's in our studio from Philly Sports Trips. Please welcome our friend Vince Rizzuto.
Good morning.
Nice to see you, Vince. Man, did we have a good time at spring training.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
And having you guys there really upped the game.
Nice.
Yeah, I just you can't help but smile when you think back about the event. And I was saying before we came on, we knew that there was going to be a great synergy between our show and you guys because walking in and seeing there was this sweet setup that you had, and everyone found out last minute they were getting all these additional things that were so cool, and you like to wow with them, and you want to deliver and over deliver, and that's a vibe that we can completely understand.
Surprise and delight, and a lot of preparation. Just like you guys, we're already planning for next year.
And that's the key to Philly Sports Trips is these guys plan, they organize, they get it together. You don't have to worry about it. They do all the work for you.
The story that blew my mind was there was something that you had no control over. Was some sort of situation, I think maybe weather-based. You yourself were on site making sure that everything got handled. Everyone knew they were being taken care of, and we were talking to the people who were, along there, and they just felt completely like, I'm just going to let you guide me and have a great time. And that's what people are looking for.
No one likes problems, but I'm a problem solver. I'm an engineer. I quit my aerospace engineering job to do this. I'm a little bit of a crazy person. Worked for a helicopter company for 10 years here in Philadelphia. So I love doing this, and when problems come up, that's when I'm at my best.
Love it.
And I've met other people that have done this line of work, and some of them have been, I'll be nice here, a little flaky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
But Vince knows how to do it the right way.
We've said time and time again, all people want to know is that you're looking out for them. Your job number one, and your comfort and you being satisfied is what they're looking out for. If you do that and let them know that's what you're dialed into, you're going to be good.
Well, and even when we were at spring training, everybody's hanging out, partying, drinking, whatever. You guys were running around working.
It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun, guys. The best times are in the moment, being with the fans, being with the former players. It's incredible.
Well, we're here to announce the next thing coming up with Philly Sports Trips, and there's a Preston and Steve show component to this.
Yes, there is.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is. Yes. And you could be headed to Brazil as the Birds take over Brazil, and joining you on this trip would be one Miss Marissa Magnani. She bleeds green, tried and true, and she gets to go to Brazil for this,
and we'll be technically carry on.
And she will be our correspondent for the when the Eagles play in Brazil.
I am so excited. Brazil's on my bucket list, always has been, and to see the Eagles play there. I went years ago. We all went to London years ago, and it was such an experience to be able to travel there, see the town, see the country, and go to a game. It's going to be incredible.
All right, so Vince, what are the packages that people can buy into, and what do they get out of the whole deal?
So, guys, this is not a 2-night package to Brazil. We're going all the way down there. It's a long flight. We're going to experience Brazil.
Okay.
5 nights in Rio, 2 nights in Sao Paulo, 5-star resorts. I mean, Brazil's absolutely beautiful. Marissa, beach parties, live music, obviously, the tours. Christ the Redeemer's beautiful. Sugarloaf tour. Lots of great food, drinks, partying.
Did you already go down there a couple times for reconnaissance?
It's a really tough job. When we were in spring training the weekend before you guys came, decided to go down for 48 hours to Brazil. Was in a helicopter so we could see everything and make sure we scouted this right. It's very safe. I'm bringing my family. I'm bringing my 4-year-old, my 2-year-old, my wife. We're staying at the best possible places. We're really going to love this.
I mean, you basically, you paid to go down through you guys, and then that's it. You do not have to worry about anything else. It has been pre-curated. It has been pre-curated to a level you're going to be more than happy with. And I mean, to me, that is the joy of this. As turnkey as you can get, seeing the team you love in an exotic location.
Absolutely. And I know not everyone can be in Brazil like me and Marissa. So we are having a viewing party for that game in Philadelphia. So just for all the thousands of fans that will not be in Brazil, we still are going to have a great party here in Philly and would love the rest of you guys to be part of that.
Where's that going to be?
It's going to be at the Armory downtown. So
That's
our
a great
partner,
place.
Brauhaus Smits, has been doing events there for Oktoberfest, filling it out, 1,400 fans. So that's the plan for this year.
Okay.
And what's even better, there's parking right around the corner.
Exactly.
So with all of this, you get the 5-night stay in Rio, 2-night stay in Sao Paulo, food and drink, optional tickets to the game if you want to go or not. Beach parties, excursions to the classic Brazilian sites, like you said, Christ the Redeemer, swag bags. Remember, I was wearing really cool stuff from Philly Sports Trips. So you go to phillysportstrips.com and you can buy into this package.
That's it.
Wow. Okay. Is that up and running now?
Up and running. We're getting close to finalizing it with being a month out.
Wait, we're looking at pictures of the resort.
Is this where we're staying?
That's it.
This
oh
photo
my God.
that's on your website. I mean, this looks like just an epic vacation that you would plan with a friend or family, and we're doing it with a couple hundred Eagles fans.
Yeah, it's a vacation with an Eagles game at the end.
Right. Yeah. So you and the hooligans all get together and take over Brazil for a little while. You'll be with like-minded people.
Yeah, and that's it. That like-minded vibe is actually really cool. Sometimes I've taken a cruise here and there and it's like you don't know who you're with, but you're with like-minded people who are all there to have a good time. So many nice people on just the spring training event that we were at. This is going to be tenfold.
Yeah, you can make a lifetime friend. Right?
You could absolutely. In fact, you might get some.
From Marissa. No.
But I'm looking at the website, and on the right side of the screen, just what everything that the package includes. I mean, just standard stuff with transfers, hotels, and stuff like that. But all the excursions and the parties and the meals and this is the real deal.
We've had a little bit of practice. We've done some Italy trips too. A lot of international. We were in London as well back in 2018.
Yeah.
International special. People don't want to have to think about all the details.
They do not.
You just show up, guys, and we're here for you.
Yep. Yeah.
There's kind of a joke. I forget what they call it on TikTok, but it's like a vacation brat where I just show up at the airport and I'm like, hey, I'm here. Tell me where to go. And that's what Philly Sports Trips is good for. I don't need to know where the hotel is. I don't need to know where to go on the bus. We just follow along and you guys have every single thing planned out.
Nice.
You don't need to know, you don't know even when you're supposed to know. So this is good. This is the perfect trip for you.
Hey, is Hollis Thomas going on this trip too?
Hollis is going to be at the viewing party on this one.
All right.
He'll be traveling with us on a lot of trips this year. He's been incredible. But, I mean, we have to talk about the fans for just a half a second.
Yeah.
This fan base, I mean, you see it with the Phillies this year. You see it with the excitement of the Eagles is extremely special. I don't think I would have been able to quit my job and start this in a different city.
Yeah.
Philadelphia fans are passionate, and that's why we wake up every day and we work on these trips.
So again, we talk about all the crap that the fan base gets, and then let me tell you, every city has their thing. But when you talk about passion and fun, and I mean, it's so cool. It's something, depending on your level of sports fandom. I was talking to all the people on the trip that we went on, down. And talking to your clients, that everyone had a different story of whatever level they were interested initially, and they went and became part of it and became hardcore as a result of. It's very cool.
Vince, you have an all-star lineup. Can you give us a hint or a tease of all of the celebrities and all the players that you have coming out to trips this year?
We are going to have a former Eagle in Brazil, but I'm not allowed to announce it yet.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
But the rest of the season, it's amazing.
Is it Ricky Martin?
Was he in the band, the Eagles, for a minute?
Brian Dawkins is traveling with us this year. LaShawn McCoy, Deshaun Jackson. We upped our game, too. We keep receiving feedback that these moments with these former players. I had one this morning, guys. Darren Sproles messaged us, and I'm like, oh, my God, Darren Sproles messaged. I'm still a fan, guys. So I get starstruck sometimes. But we have Jeremiah Trotter, obviously Hollis and Irving Fryer, John Dorenbos. So we're trying to get as many former players in front of the fans this year. Another thing to mention is Jason Worth is planning to be in spring training with us next season. So
awesome.
This is awesome.
Is
I
he
love it.
bringing
I
his
love the whole
horse?
vibe.
So Marissa will be on this trip as well. Keep that in mind. She'll be checking in with us while you're down there for the duration, and you can join. You can just go to phillysportstrips.com and get on it. Yes.
These guys will give you major FOMO. So just buy the trip now. So
Yeah.
come with us so you don't have that FOMO.
Excellent. All right, Vince, we're on it. We'll make sure everybody knows about this, and we're looking forward to it, brother.
Great to see you guys.
You too. All right, Vince Rizzuto.
Thank you, guys.
PhillySportsTrips.com. August 30th to September 8th is when that trip is. So go to PhillySportsTrips.com, and if you can, sign up because we would love to have you on for this excursion. All right, speaking of the excursions, we now head over to Food Town. It is time for...
It's time for the connoisseur, and I bought you your own bell.
Thank you. Mr. Announcer, Steve bought me my own connoisseur bell because I had one and I lost it.
Oh, and do you have the little sign, Preston?
I do, but I left it in the. It's in my office.
The bells come with little signs for the desk that read a ring for service.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so I have some food stories passed along to you. We'll do the movie clips. We have a lot of stuff to give away in conjunction with this as well. So we're going to start with this particular story. Dairy Queen's fall blizzard menu has been shared by an Instagram influencer, Snackalator.
Snackalator? Is that the God-given name?
That's the influencer. And here's what they posted yesterday. Reese's Pieces cookie dough, French silk pie, caramel Java chip, Oreo fudge brownie, salted caramel truffle, and royal New York cheesecake. That sounds good. 5 of the 6 treats are returning, but the caramel Java chip blizzard is new. Snackalator explains what to expect and says this has caramel. It's got coffee. And then it's got chocolate espresso crunch pieces all blended with vanilla soft serve.
I'm trying that big time.
But here's the deal. Fans quickly commented about the lack of 2 flavors.
What?
Pumpkin and apple. And there's no word if the pumpkin and apple pie offerings will return either. Have we reached full pumpkin
capacity.
saturation?
No.
Now, I'll tell you this. In fact, I forget what I was watching, but it was one of the classic pumpkin things, food, drink, whatever, has already rolled out, and I forget which establishment it was, but basically their pumpkin spice is already available, and we're at the end of friggin' July.
I know. It's everything is rolling in earlier. Halloween comes in earlier. Christmas comes in earlier.
Is Halloween candy out
It
already?
is.
It is.
Claire, my wife saw it going out at the store.
Someone posted, I think they were at Lowe's or Home Depot, and the decorations were already out there. I was just having a conversation about Dairy Queen with someone and how they created the blizzard. Like every ice cream shop out there has.
Well, Mother Nature did.
Yeah.
Really.
No, like
But
Friendly's has their fribble.
Yeah, they have their version of the blizzard, but Dairy Queen was the one that created that, right?
I think it was Oppenheimer.
Probably.
Or at least made it popular.
Yeah.
Whereas, and now all these, ice cream shops are doing their version.
I am the destroyer of worlds. I created the blizzard.
Before the blizzard, there were custard shops that I grew up around in St. Louis. That there was a place called Ted Drew's, and they made concrete. So I think they originated the term concrete.
Concretes have been around for forever, right?
And they would blend in stuff. But I think that Dairy Queen might have picked it up from smaller mom and pop shops. But they made it,
I think so.
super popular.
So what they were able to do is to destroy those mom and pop shops.
Yeah.
No, you're a Dairy Queen virtually every day guy, aren't you?
Not every day, but I am a regular.
Yeah,
yes. I do.
No,
love
he
Dairy
does do a teaspoon every day of
No,
ice
no,
cream.
Nah, I need to go back to that.
You don't do that?
Now it's a
I need
pint.
to- now it's a pint. Yeah.
So my ice cream shop that we go to, Scoops in Conshohocken, they
Scoops Hawaii?
What?
No,
No, that's from Stranger Things.
Oh, okay. Didn't watch that. So they will I forget what it's called, Conchi Craze or something like that. But I remember Jace asking them, "What is this?" And they were like, "Well, it's like the blizzard. You know what the blizzard is, right? So they even referred to it as that."
Well, you pick what is well known, But it's funny as you're reading off those things. I tend not to like fruit in my ice cream. I'm not a big fan. However, I do like blueberry. I do like the apple idea, though.
I like that a lot.
So I'm down with that. I don't need the pumpkin ice cream thing. But what was the one? The chocolate
Caramel Java chip blizzard.
Yeah, that's
the
rocking my
Royal
world.
New York cheesecake. I like that. Salted caramel truffle. So there's some good ones in there.
Do you approach when it like during a heat wave? carte blanche on the ice cream, right? I mean, yeah. So, you don't do the spoon. In fact, you do a gallon if you can.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, my resistance, or at least my moderation of ice cream, I figure it's the trade-off for having a heat stroke.
All right, so I don't think I've ever gotten brain freeze from ice cream. I've only gotten it from icy, like water ices and stuff like that.
No,
and,
I likewise, I've never had it from
Why
ice
is
cream.
that?
From ices, I'll get it.
I've had it from milkshakes for sure.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You know what, though? I stopped getting them after my 10th stroke.
Yeah, okay. And why is it, at least for me, a brain freeze feels like I am about to die?
Because you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your system is shutting down in your moments from death.
And then everything that goes through your mind is all those things that people told you, like put the palm of your hand on something cold, on the ice cream, put your tongue at the roof of your mouth. I do all of it. None of it works.
All right, well, we need to play a clip and see if you know what movie this food clip is from. Here we go.
You ain't got no sugar? Damn. Y'all ain't never got two things that match. Either y'all got Kool-Aid, no sugar, peanut butter, no jelly, ham, no burger. Damn.
You're funny.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. What movie is that from? Order up. Here we go. Next story. Consumers cannot expect boneless chicken wings to actually be free of bones. That's according to a divided Ohio Supreme Court. As they ruled Thursday, rejecting claims by a restaurant patron who suffered serious medical complications from getting a bone stuck in his throat. So here's the story. Michael Berkheimer was dining with his wife and friends at a wing joint in Hamilton, Ohio, and had ordered the usual boneless wings with Parmesan garlic sauce when he felt a bite-sized piece of meat go down the wrong way. 3 days later, feverish and unable to keep food down, he went to the emergency room where a doctor discovered a long, thin bone that had torn his esophagus.
Oh, wow.
And caused an infection there. So Berkheimer sued the restaurant, Wings on Brookwood, saying the restaurant failed to warn him that so-called boneless wings, which are, of course, nuggets of boneless, skinless breast meat, could contain bones. The suit also named the supplier and the farm that produced the chicken, claiming that all were negligent. In a 4-3 ruling, the Supreme Court said Thursday that boneless wings refers to a cooking style and that Berkheimer should have been on guard against bones since it's common knowledge that chickens have bones. The high court sided with the lower courts that had dismissed Berkheimer's suit.
So I'm gonna bat this around a bit because I would say this: it is occasionally like a piece of bone will get into even ground meat, beef. You know, it'll happen. So I don't know. I think you should have an expectation that if you're getting boneless wings, that there's not going to be any bones in it.
I do too.
But I also believe accidentally it could happen. But that also still makes the supplier of said boneless wings liable.
I agree.
And I don't know where the restaurant falls on that because I assume you start with the point of origin.
Right.
Yeah. But so that's my take on it. I rest my case. I yield my time to the senator from Arkansas.
It's funny, Steve, you mentioned like ground beef, and my mom won't buy ground beef. What she'll do, and it's because anything and everything can be in that ground beef, and she doesn't want potential bones in there, so she will go and buy beef chunks.
Right.
And then have them ground at the butcher and then have them ground that there.
Okay.
So she wants to see the grinding.
She wants to see the grinding.
Will she go euthanize the cattle herself?
Mostly, most of the time, yeah.
Let me read you the decision that Justice Joseph T. Dieters wrote for the majority. He wrote, a diner reading boneless wings on a menu would no more believe that the restaurant was warranting the absence of bones in the items than believe that the items were made from chicken wings, just as a person eating chicken fingers would know that he had not been served fingers.
I think that's absurd.
I do too.
I think that's absurd.
The dissenting justices called Dieter's reasoning, quote, and I quote, utter jabberwocky.
It is utter jabberwocky.
And said that a jury should have been allowed to decide whether the restaurant was negligent in serving Berkheimer a piece of chicken that was advertised as boneless. They wrote, the question must be asked, does anyone really believe that the parents in this country who feed their young children boneless wings or chicken tenders or chicken nuggets or chicken fingers expect bones to be in the chicken? Of course they don't. When they read the words boneless, they think that it means without bones, as do all sensible people.
Here's my parallel to that. when you order something that's gluten-free, what is your expectation?
That there will be no gluten in this product.
Right.
All right.
All right, here is the clip. Let's see if somebody gets it
You
right.
ain't got no sugar? Damn! Y'all ain't never got two things that match. Either y'all got Kool-Aid, no sugar, peanut butter, no jelly, ham, no burger.
All right, let me go to Rocco. Yo, Rocco, morning, bud.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, what movie's that from?
That sounds like Friday.
Friday is correct. You got it.
That's a tough one.
Priscilla got it right, too.
You did a good job.
He's in the studio with Vince. All right, hang on the line, Rocco. Here's what we have for you.
A 4-pack of Six Flags Great Adventure tickets. You can go all out at Six Flags Great Adventure, where you'll scream through their record-breaking coasters and make a splash at Hurricane Harbor. You can get your daily ticket now at sixflags.com.
All right, here is our next movie clip. What movie is this food clip from?
He's insane. Look, right now he's probably dancing around in his grandma's panties. Yeah, rubbing himself in peanut butter. Ooh.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie it is. Order up. All right, I'm going to try to do this from time to time in the Connoisseur. I'm going to do a little food history for you.
So you're like the historian and the connoisseur at the same time.
Kind of like that. And the food history that I'm going to share with you is about fortune cookies. A fortune cookie is a crisp cookie, usually made from flour, sugar, vanilla, and sesame seed oil with a fortune wrapped inside. Like chop suey, fortune cookies are believed to be an American invention. They originated in California, but who the actual inventor was and which city in California is the true home of the fortune cookie.
By the way, I happen to really like the taste of fortune cookies, and I like it with Chinese tea.
I like some of them. Some are taste a little bland or cardboardy to me. You know the one that I like the best is from P.F. Chang's.
Oh, from P.F. Chang's.
I think that they got a little notch up in quality.
What is it that sometimes occasionally gives it a slight orangey taste?
I think there's a little lemon in it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little zest, maybe?
There's some citrus in there for
Yeah,
sure.
Right.
One version of the origin suggests that David Young, a Chinese immigrant living in Los Angeles and founder of the Hong Kong Noodle Company, invented the cookie in 1918.
Eureka!
Each cookie contained a strip of paper with an inspirational Bible scripture on it, written for Young by a Presbyterian minister. Another version of that story is that the inventor was Japanese immigrant Makoto Hagiwara. He was a gardener who designed the famous Japanese tea garden in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park. And according to legend, Hagiwara created a cookie in 1914 that included a thank you note inside for people that had been kind to him.
Thank you.
And then another potential story is that fortune cookies came from 19th century Kyoto, Japan, where they had a very similar fortune cookie called a Sujiro Senbi. It is made out of sesame and miso, and its fortune can be found tucked in the fold.
So that would be wild that, at least right now, Japan seems to have the origin of the fortune cookie, which I always associate with Chinese food.
Fortune cookies.
Though we know it comes from California, it wasn't even anywhere near there.
Fortune cookies became common in Chinese restaurants after World War II. Desserts were not traditionally part of Chinese cuisine, and the cookies offered Americans something familiar with an exotic flair to it.
And globally speaking, how many countries do have dessert as part of the meal?
That's a good question.
Well, I know in England they had pudding.
I would imagine almost everybody, but apparently I didn't know the Chinese. It wasn't part of their culture. The world's largest fortune cookie manufacturer, by the way, Wonton Food Incorporated of Long Island City, New York, ships out 60 million cookies a month.
So I used to just get the fortune cookie, Sans Fortune, just as,
just to snack on?
A nice, yeah.
I don't like the texture. I think they're too crunchy. I don't really care for them.
But that's why you have tea with it.
Yeah, soften it up a little bit. All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
He's insane. Look, right now he's probably dancing around in his grandma's panties. Yeah, rubbing himself in peanut butter. Ooh.
All right, we'll go to Rob. Yo, Rob, morning, bud.
Morning, sir.
All right, what movie is that from?
So it's 7.
7 is correct, yes. You got it, buddy, and here's what we have for you.
For you, Rob, we have a pair of Fandango tickets to see Deadpool and Wolverine. Marvel Studios' Deadpool and Wolverine delivers the ultimate iconic cinematic team-up throwdown, and it's out in theaters now, and you can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win.
All right, we have another clip to play for you. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
These unfortunate souls cannot love in the true sense of the word. Our mutual acquaintance, Bunny, is one of these.
Listen, Maud, I'm sorry if your stepmother is a nympho, but, I don't see what this has to do with, you have any Kahlua?
All right. 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. Order up. We have our next story. So I'm going to need a little assistance. Grace, I'm going to have you, our intern Grace, I'm going to have you look up something and see if you can pull up some pictures of Calic Bagel. All right, so it's
Calic Bagel.
Yeah, C-A-L-I-C. If you could look that up, because I want you guys to see this. I saw this story.
I love bagels.
And I've never seen bagels quite like this before. Founded by visionary entrepreneurs with a passion for both culinary arts and cultural exploration, Calic Bagel.
It will be the greatest bagel ever made.
It may very well be. Challenges the conventional notion of what a bagel can be, drawing inspiration from diverse culinary and baking, as well as the traditions.
You're a madman.
An eclectic spirit of Los Angeles. The shop set out to create a unique bagel experience that would resonate with the city's diverse and discerning palate. So I'm going to have a hard time describing these.
It looks like, to me, a little bit like sourdough bread.
Kind of like that. So that's just one of them. They have a whole bunch of different ones if you could kind of scroll through those, Grace.
All
so
right.
It says on their Instagram, rip and dip. So it looks, right? Are they like bagels that you can almost pull apart?
That you can kind of pull apart, but they're loaded with different ingredients and flavors.
Yeah.
Alex Son is the co-founder and said, we did a lot of years and years of research of what Asian baking technique is and what is traditional Jewish and New York style baking techniques as well. We want to make fundamentally different bagels to make the everyday bagel experience more fun.
So what did you describe the process? Rip and what, Kathy?
Rip and dip. So it looks like they're pulling apart and they have dips. And it looks like the way that they cook it is...
Because below it says suck an F.
Well, no, but they take the already baked bagel and they cut it and then they start like kind of stuffing it, putting stuff in it, and then bake it again.
Okay, and then they put like a wash over it, and then they sprinkle some things on it, and they bake it. It looks so
It looks
good.
sensational. I'm going to call this not a bagel, though.
It's in California.
I don't, this to me, well...
It's more of like a bagel
I know.
meal, like a bagel dish, instead of just like having a bagel.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
It is very big.
So take a look at Calic Bagel, and they're only in California. So
I bet you Goldbelly has them.
It's in Koreatown. The Koreatown-based shop is centrally located in a densely populated and ethnically diverse neighborhood.
I think I want me some.
Among the most popular are the signature garlic butter and cream cheese bagel. I think that's the one we were looking at.
So this would be
the habanero and garlic cream cheese bagel.
These are enormous bagels.
Yeah.
And they're like a first come, first serve basis. It says the stuffed bagels sell out early, first come, first served.
Okay.
I wonder if this is going to be like the cronut or something that catches on.
Well, listen, I'm going to tell you something. My daughter accidentally invented something the other day. So she's been baking a lot lately, and so she was making cakes 2 days ago. She was making little cupcakes and little cakes, and she had all this leftover batter, but like no mold to put it in.
Yeah.
So she grabbed the griddle out of the cabinet, and she used the cake batter the same way you would use pancake batter, and put it on the griddle and made cakes. They were like super thin. They were ready in like 2 seconds. And so the way they look when they were done, they look like pancakes, but you bite into it and it's just straight up cake. I was like, dude, could you imagine going to a place that had like made to order thin cakes like that? I think there's a business there.
Are you going to throw some money at it? Are you going to mortgage the house?
No, I'm broadcasting it so somebody else who
Can
actually can steal it.
No, listen, she works at Barry's Buns.
Yeah.
But
she doesn't bake there. Yeah.
Yeah, but she could introduce them
She's
to that.
a star they don't know they have.
All right, Barry, are you listening? Yeah, Barry's definitely listening. Barry.
By the way, I called Casey, and Avery was in the car with her. I go, hey, Ave, how you doing? I go, you working over there at Harry Buns?
And he wasn't even joking.
I was like, yeah, how things at Harry Buns?
Yeah.
I'm like,
You still at the scrote sack?
Barry's
You still
Buns.
working over there at the nut sack?
Yeah. All right, let's see if we can get a winner and find out what this clip is from.
These unfortunate souls cannot love in the true sense of the word. Our mutual acquaintance, Bunny, is one of these.
Listen, Maud, I'm sorry if your stepmother is a nympho, but, I don't see what this has to do with, you have any Kahlua?
All right, let's go to Ken. Hey, Ken, morning, bud.
Morning. The dude abides.
And the movie, please?
The Big Lebowski.
Of course. I just had to hear you say it. All right, hang on, Ken. We got something for you, bud.
All right, Ken, we have a $50 gift card to Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse for authentic hickory smoked barbecue. You can go to Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse, delicious smoked meats, homemade side dishes, salads, and desserts. You can visit them off the Cottman Avenue exit of I-95 or online at sweetlucy's.com.
So speaking of Lebowski and Jeff Bridges, have you started to see the pictures popping up from the third Tron movie?
Not yet.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. We have another clip we will play. Let's see if you can identify what this movie is. Here we go.
Because you took your own sweet-ass time coming down here tonight, these gentlemen are going to miss their last flights home.
Well, this guy can stay in my room, I'll tell you that much.
Billy, eat your soup.
It's good soup.
All right. 215-263 WMMR. It's time for this. Fast Food Roundup. Got some stories from the world of fast food. So we'll start with this one. Following a vote that saw 93% of its restaurants in favor, McDonald's has decided to extend its $5 value meal offer through August.
Yeah.
At most U.S. locations. The promotion, which began on June 25th for an initial 4-week period, is meant to attract budget-conscious customers amidst rising fast food prices. And according to an internal memo, the offer has increased customer traffic. So some locations have yet to vote on the extension, and the promotion's duration may vary by region. But for the most part, it's going to go through August.
To be honest, I think, how often do you go to McDonald's?
Once a month.
Okay.
Something like that.
I don't think I've been in a years.
Oh, wow.
And I used to go quite frequently. It just is not on my radar. But, I think a deal like this might get a lot of people reminded about it.
Yeah.
Because McDonald's is getting some. Listen, all the places are charging more because everything costs more.
Yep.
All the stuff to make it costs more. So this is a good way to sort of remind people and put it maybe back in their schedule.
Yep, possibly. And on the heels of that, I have another fast food story. This is according to QSR Magazine, the best drive-through restaurants. They ranked the best drive-through restaurants, and the best drive-through, meaning that exactly.
Okay.
Not the restaurant overall, but the actual drive-through portion of it.
Right. And I see what number one is on your list. And
Yeah.
So you recuse yourself?
Yeah.
Well, I'll say it because I believe they are superior in the drive-through game, and that is Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
They've taken it to another level.
They have.
It's so efficient.
Yep.
They put the Olay in filet.
Yeah. Now they, when it's busy, they have people outside standing in line to take your order and to usher you along. They are incredibly efficient.
So I wonder if they started that because the ice cream place I go to on Ridge, the ice cream bakery, I think it is.
Yeah.
They do that. So when you're in line, they send the people out. So they're getting those orders, and you just go right through. And I wonder if it was maybe Chick-fil-A was the first to start that.
Well, I will say that Chick-fil-A, a few years ago, their drive-thru was a mess. Because they're so popular.
Right.
I mean, like, it is hands down, I think, at least around my area, the most popular fast food restaurant. Like, there's always cars in the drive-thru. So I think that they were like, okay, this is bad. We need to figure out a better system so they created the 2 lines now.
Yeah.
It's not just one, so then 2 conversion to 1. But like, and so now it's really, really efficient. I used to avoid them, especially around like food rush times. I'm like, even though I love them, I'm like, I can't sit in that line.
Yeah, no one wants that.
No, there's one in Springfield that
Ain't
used to
nobody got time for that.
No.
Number 2 on this list is Arby's.
Okay.
Yeah, I've always had decent experiences at the Arby's.
I wonder why. Like, we know why Chick-fil-A is number one. Why is Arby's too?
Yeah, good
Because they got
question.
the beef.
Then number 3 is Culver's, which I'm not familiar with. So these are places all over the country.
Culver's has like good ice creams and stuff like that, I think.
Number 4 is Panera Bread.
There's no
I
drive-thru.
don't know any drive-thrus. I saw one in St. Louis one time, but I don't know. There aren't any around here.
This list is now impugned.
The 5th is Dunkin'.
Yes.
Okay.
I have to say, always have a great drive-through Dunkin' experience.
Number 6 is Wendy's. Number 7 is Starbucks. Number 8 is Hardee's / Carl's Jr. They're not around here.
But my mind is still reeling over the drive-through Panera.
Yeah. I'm looking at it now. They do have it at some locations.
They need to get them around here.
Yeah.
Number 9 is Dairy Queen, and number 10 is Burger King. McDonald's was well below at number 16 as far as the drive-through
Well,
experience
they're the
goes.
classic. Where are my fries? Where the screwed up orders.
Well, and do they still do like? I just remember it being like you ordered at one stop, you paid at the next stop, you
Right.
picked up at the next stop. Is that how it is still?
At mine, it is. There are some where they have that mysterious second window or that first window that you drive by. I'm like, am I supposed to stop here? There's no one in there.
There's no one in there, and there's just boxes of straws and
Welcome
the window.
to the 5th window.
5th window.
Password, please. Yeah.
The word is swordfish. Ramon will greet you at the next window. Say it to him once. Say it nicely. Ramon is always on edge.
I like when they put the little donation things for the Ronald House.
Ronald McDonald House, yeah.
I've never. I mean, I go to McDonald's fairly regularly. Definitely.
My name is Ramon.
And I'm a big fan of Ramones. I've never really had a problem. The only issue I have at any drive-through is when the car in front of me acts as if this is their first time they've ever been to this restaurant. Oh, what do you serve here at McDonald's?
I know. I hate it.
I see by the sign you're having success with this.
Wait, hold on. I have to defend those people because we don't ever go to fast food restaurants, like ever. So if Jace begged me for McDonald's probably about a month ago, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll get it for you. I have no idea what's on that menu. I don't know the numbers. I don't know what comes with it.
You know what they're primarily known for, though.
Well, of course, but I don't. But he's like, I want a burger. I'm like, okay, well, what? There's one burger. There's two. There's one with bacon. Like, I needed a minute, and she came on the speaker, and I was like, can we have a minute?
Yeah, you annoy me.
Yeah. This is when you get out of the car and go into the restaurant and do it that way.
You and your son need to have a good long talk about her menu.
I need everyone in my car to know exactly what they're going to order a mile away from the restaurant.
Do you pull over?
And then I will rehearse it in my head of how I'm going to order this. Because you have to be clear. If you are not
it'll
clear,
come out wrong.
We are exactly 1 mile from McDonald's.
Yes. If you do not know,
what are your orders?
All right, let's see if somebody. Wait, no, I have one more fast food story here. Thank you. Fast food roundup. To celebrate the 20th anniversary of Mountain Dew's Baja Blast, Taco Bell is running several promotions and giveaways. Kathy, you'll like this because it includes a free Baja Blast freezer on July 29th and a chance for rewards members to win a limited edition Stanley tumbler.
Oh, wow.
And free Baja Blast for a year on August 13th.
Okay, so I just said I want to try, again, I don't go to fast food restaurants, but I want to try Taco Bell to see if it's as good as I remember.
It's still great, Kathy.
That's what I
just
want
get a
to
regular
try.
taco.
Yeah.
Just,
yes.
Yeah. Just get it.
Honestly, it is. It is.
Because
I used to despise because it was sold to me as a bill of goods. I was a big McDonald's guy at the time, and my dad said, "Well, they have their own kind of burger." What they had at the time was a thing called the Bell Beefy, which was the taco meat on a bun.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Horrible.
And you don't like sloppy joes either. That's kind of like
and
that.
the sloppy Joe.
Yes.
Don't even get me started.
Yeah.
It's not a hamburger, and then I had it and I love it, and I love Casey. You know, I always the Gordita Crunch.
It's good.
One of the greatest things ever
Kathy,
made.
if you get a taco, will it be a hard taco or a soft taco?
Soft.
Okay, then you're good to travel with that. My only thing I will say though, if you do get hard tacos, it's
Eat it
best
right away.
Best to eat it right away.
Casey, I went the other day. I got a burrito supreme, which I always
Taco
get.
Bell?
Yeah, Taco Bell. I got a burrito supreme and I got a crunchy taco because I like crunchy tacos. And I'm like, okay, it's a 5-minute drive home. Should be good. Because I've gotten to where you get the boxes.
Yeah.
And if somebody brings the boxes and they sit there for a half hour before we start eating, you're going to have a soggy taco without question. I got home 5 minutes later. It was a soggy, crunchy taco, man.
Damn, man.
I was so, yes, you have to eat it right away, which is unfortunate because it's a guaranteed mess in your car.
Wait, so
Should they offer a new thing called the Saco?
A soggy taco.
do you still think it's good?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Because you guys know I
It
love
tastes the same.
I love Mexican food. So and I do like some of the authentic Mexican food. So I'm wondering if I go back to Taco Bell.
Yeah.
am I still gonna
It's your tastes have changed. Don't go in with that expectation.
No.
Well, I
It
know,
is
I know that.
entirely different.
I
Don't
know
go to
that.
McDonald's for Scottish food.
No, I know. But like I almost can like remember the taste. Like I remember my mom coming home with the box of like 20 soft tacos, and like I remember that taste. I just want to see if it's still there.
It's its own thing, but it's great.
It's comfort food.
Yeah.
Think of it as that way.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can get an answer. We need to know what movie this is from.
Because you took your own sweet ass time coming down here tonight, these gentlemen are going to miss their last flights home.
Well, this guy can stay in my room, I'll tell you that much.
Billy, eat your soup.
It's good soup.
All right, we'll go to Sammy. Hi there, Sammy.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Well
I'd like to
done.
apologize to Jennifer apologize to
Ben Affleck for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Well done.
He was doing the second one, too. Did you hear that?
Apologize to anyone who's
Hold
been
on.
offended
Sammy.
by my fictional creations.
Take it.
Chrysagon,
Hit it.
the
Let's hear your
philosopher.
version.
Okay. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull stealer.
Skull Sailor.
Excellent.
Well done. All right, what movie is the clip from?
Billy Madison.
Yes, it is.
By the way,
hang on, bud.
Ask Sammy about whether he believes it's three separate entities.
All right, Sammy, what do you think? Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer, 2 or 3 entities?
It's 2.
It's 2. I agree.
One more question for you, Sammy. Is this Sammy Vile?
Yes.
We love Sammy.
Sammy's winning on 3 separate counts.
That's right.
All right, hang on, brother. Here's what we're going to do for you.
Sammy, we have a pair of Fandango tickets to see Deadpool and Wolverine. Deadpool and Wolverine delivers the ultimate iconic cinematic team-up throwdown on, today, July 26th.
Yeah.
You can go to WMMR.com for another chance to win.
One more clip and one more story, and then we are done with the connoisseur. So what movie is this one from?
Wait. Did I do? I have to. What? I didn't rewind it. Okay, good.
All right, what clip is this one from?
Mary had a little lamb, its fleece as white as snow.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Bubblegum in a dish.
How many pieces do you wish?
This is what happens when you design a code book at summer camp.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Order up. All right, what are you trying to tell me here, Case?
Well, Marissa wants to mention something as well. It's a charity event that she's got going on with Manna, and she thought maybe it fits best in connoisseur.
So you want me to forego the prep that I already did?
This is where when you plan for something and plans change.
We all agreed on what we were doing.
Do I want you to? No. But
I will
shoot the messenger.
I will add this at the end, okay? All right, let me do this last thing because I got to get this
But he's not going to like it.
I got to get this. No, I don't mind adding that in. It's not going to be one of my official connoisseur stories. I will mention it. But there's a thing called Fluffy Coke, and I have to address this.
Right.
It is
that a burlesque dancer?
It's a viral thing on TikTok. It's getting a little pushback, and here's what you do. You line a glass with marshmallow fluff, and then you fill the glass with your favorite soda and drink it that way.
Come on.
What's wrong with that?
If you're really interested in getting diabetes, it seems like the perfect.
Oh
drink.
yeah.
They're not doing this to lose weight.
No. Well, thousands.
Listen, I'm a competitive gymnast. What would be the perfect drink?
Yeah, Fluffy Coke.
Oh, it's not just the rim; it's like the whole inside the
whole
glass.
glass.
Yeah.
The entire glass, the bottom, the sides, everything. You line it with that.
So you could do that and put ice cream in it and chocolate syrup. I could see that, but fluff is not. For me, it's not a drink item.
But I would do that with maybe root beer. That seems like a more of a
like a root beer float.
Yeah.
So you're adding this. What is the marshmallow flavor? How would you categorize that other than marshmallow? I guess
you
that's
need
it.
to say it to describe it. There's nothing I think that compares to marshmallow.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's like vanilla-y or, I don't know.
It's vanilla adjacent.
You know that the ancient Egyptians invented the marshmallow, right?
They did.
Yes.
The original pyramids were built out of them.
It says, Google says vanilla and extremely sweet.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So
They're the People's Encyclopedia.
So you can have like a vanilla Coke. That's not unheard of. In fact, it's in Reservoir Dogs. He has that. John Travolta's character.
Look what's happens to them. Yeah.
No, that's Pulp Fiction.
What did I say?
You said Reservoir Dogs.
Reservoir Dogs. Pulp Fiction.
Chuck's never had fluff, by the way, our program director.
It's disgusting. You're not missing out.
Amazing.
We used to have fluffernutter sandwiches. Fluff on bread with peanut butter, and those were fluffernutters.
Wait, you don't like it either, Preston?
Yeah, I don't find it like disgusting. Like, oh, that's gross. I just like I'm over
not worth
marshmallow.
Do you know
altogether.
The best iteration of marshmallow that I've had is those tuck-ins, the things I've talked to about before, which are sort of reverse s'mores.
Right.
This company makes tuck-ins. They make their own marshmallows. They make their own chocolate and everything, and it's sealed in a ready-to-go s'mores stick.
So I saw something on Instagram, I think it was yesterday, where, those little frothers that they use?
Yes.
So somebody used that on honey. And they actually frothed honey and then made a coffee drink out of it. I didn't know. I thought
they had to throw the frother away after that.
Well, I was like, how do you do that with honey? It's so sticky.
You make a pact with the devil.
And these videos are so slickly edited.
Yes.
I don't know how long they sat there and frothed this thing, but it did look
I do like froth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a froth fan.
So yes, you can do a fluffy Coke.
Fluffy Coke.
But it doesn't have to be Coca-Cola. You can put any kind of soda that you want to in there. Celebrity dietitian, nutritional therapist, and author Kim Sharippa is chiming in saying an occasional glass of fluffy Coke is all right.
Yeah.
But more than that, and it's going to cause you to feel fatigued and probably nauseous.
You're blasting your system with sugar.
She also reminds of tooth decay and that it can be disruptive to your overall well-being.
All right.
I bet you she hands out toothbrushes on Halloween.
When you said you could do any soft drink or soda in there, I think I would go with Stewart's Orange and Cream.
I was thinking orange too.
Yeah.
Not me.
I would do that. So if you guys had your selection of all the Stewart's drinks, which one would you go to?
Root beer.
The root beer? Are you like a cream soda guy?
No. Probably the orange, yeah.
Yeah, me too. Cap?
Yep.
Do you like cream soda?
Black cherry's pretty good too.
You know what? Soda to me is so sweet now. I can't even. It's not enjoyable.
It's horribly sweet. That used to be my drink, and now
too.
what we'll do is when we have people over, whatever, Claire will get the small little cans of Coke, and I treat that as a dessert.
Yeah, the only thing I drink now soda-wise is ginger ale. And there's usually some bourbon involved in that.
I like
too,
Diet
so.
Coke.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from. Last one.
Mary had a little lamb, its fleece as white as snow.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Bubblegum in a dish.
How many pieces do you wish?
This is what happens when you design a code book at summer camp.
All right, we'll go to Lisa to see if she knows the answer. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Lisa. The movie, please.
Agent Cody Banks.
That's correct. Yes. Hang on. Here's what we have for you.
Lisa, you won a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks, Ellen DeGeneres, Ellen's last stand-up, and that's going to be this Wednesday, July 31st at the Academy of Music. Tickets are on sale. It says tickets go on sale this Friday. This makes no sense.
It makes no sense.
What?
Oh, no. Okay, sorry. This Friday, back in May. So tickets are on sale right now via Ticketmaster. They went on sale, just in case you have a time machine. They went on sale back in May.
So go take advantage of that.
Yes.
In Cody Banks, it's Frankie Muniz, correct?
Yes, yep. Correct.
And does he not get quasi-seduced by Angie Harmon?
I never saw it.
Okay.
Don't know. Quite possibly.
Chris is on the phone.
I don't know. And I will mention this thing for Marissa. Thursday, September 26th, Manna will host their annual premier culinary fundraiser main course at Chess Cafe. And it's Chess Cafe's newest venue, actually, the Switch House. Marissa is going to be there for the event, and she is it is co-chaired by Manna board member Jimmy Contreras and Marissa Magnata.
Manna's a great organization.
There will be loads of, it says chef chairs. Amanda Schulman of Her Place Supper Club and Alex Kemp of My Loop have put together a great lineup of chefs. So there's a lot of names like Mark Vetri on here, and Jesse Ito and Melissa McGrath. There's a whole big list of really, really well-known local chefs that are going to be a part of this event. And the event will also feature a live auction, luxury raffle, and live performance from Martha Graham Cracker.
I like that.
Who's an awesome drag queen. So most courses, main course of 2024, co-chaired, like I said, Marissa and Jimmy Contreras. And all proceeds benefit Mana's mission to use nutrition to improve the health of individuals with critical illness who need nourishment to heal. So the tickets go on sale August 1st.
Nice.
Limited single tickets go on sale August 1st. So PrestonandSteve.com, information there. All right, thank you, Marissa. All right, and that's it. Connoisseur, over with. We are done. So get out there and eat, dear friend. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. We still have more things to give away, I think.
Yes.
So stay tuned. We got a bunch coming up. We'll be right back. Preston and Steve. And we're going to stick me with these little needles.
Today.
From Virtua Acupuncture, we want to welcome Heather Schultz to the show this morning. Hey, Heather.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. And how long have you been doing this, by the way?
I've been practicing acupuncture for 7 years.
7 years.
Mhm.
Okay. And let me ask you this about acupuncture. Now, this has to do with the body's nervous system? Or that's what I've always been led to believe?
The acupuncture's effects do have positive effects on the nervous system. It also deals with the muscular skeletal system.
Okay.
And when we put acupuncture needles in you today for pain, it releases your endogenous opioids.
So you're
natural painkillers.
Okay,
that are in your body. Well, also we've had some really exciting research lately. It affects brain neuroplasticity. So your brain changes in response to stimulus.
Okay.
And so acupuncture over time can have positive brain changes that help you manage pain better.
Okay. And with that, and with doing it over time, how often should someone get treated? Say somebody like me who has described what my issues are.
So generally we recommend with chronic injuries, you are going to come in once or twice a week in the beginning for a couple of weeks and see what happens. And then you start spacing them out more until you don't need to come in that much.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get in my back and where else?
Hands and feet.
And Casey, can I get some appropriate music for...
Absolutely.
Preston, are you encouraged by this? I think because, this could be... I know a number of people have had very good results with this.
Chinese music, by the way, because this is a Chinese art, I believe, or Chinese medicine. Especially my neighbor, because I believe him. He's a smart guy, and he's had pain for years, and he believes this has worked for him. So I'm like, you know what? I will definitely give it a shot. So
he's like the neighborhood Fonzie too, right?
He's so cool.
Acupuncture school.
It's great. All right, so I got my shoes off. I can just head over there now.
All right, Preston's going to walk over. We're watching the process, and Preston soon will be pricked all over his body.
All right, and then a question: can I see one of the needles first, please? Let me see the needle. Oh wow!
How far does that go in?
I can almost not even see it. It's so thin. How far in does it go in, Heather?
It depends where you're putting it.
All right.
Okay.
Where are you putting it on me?
I'm putting it in your low back.
Yeah, and how far in will that go?
Maybe halfway.
Oh dear God.
That's fine.
pretty deep.
That's fine. All right. Wait. Heather, does it help to have someone saying, "Oh my God"? Oh, just relax. Oh dear Jesus, you're gonna kill him. No, I think it has to be a little bit more supportive,
This is going to be challenging for you. I think.
It will?
You're gonna bleed him out.
I've tuned those guys out years ago.
Should we dim the lights?
You want to dim the lights?
Let's dim the lights.
All right.
Just a little bit.
All right,
here you
so
go,
we'll
Nick.
dim the lights.
I want this to work for Preston.
Me too. All right, so I'm just lying here and I'm waiting for this to happen.
All right, Kathy cannot watch. This is why Kathy was screaming and begging for mercy and telling Preston he was
The first one's in, and I did feel a little pinprick, but it didn't feel like it went in very far.
How long do sessions usually last?
So it's going to take me just a couple minutes to put the needles in.
Okay.
And then I would usually let him hang out for about 25 minutes to let them kind of do their work.
We'll try to give him a good run. We can run the show. Preston can do most of the show. A lot of people don't know most of us do the show completely on our stomachs anyway.
Kathy. How much?
How horny are you right now?
How much would it take for me to pay you to get one needle?
Well, listen, if she put it in my back and I couldn't see it, it's
having to look at it.
You offer $500?
Yeah. 500.
Yeah. So, Preston, you have a few in your lower back right now.
I didn't even notice.
See, and Heather, this is, as it's done, I've seen people do it. There's a little bit of twisting back and forth to move him in slowly, or how's it? How do you manage to do that without him feeling it at all?
The needles are so tiny.
So tiny, okay.
You can fit 20 to 30 of these needles in the head of a injection needle like you had earlier
okay,
today.
all right.
So, Heather, should I just relax and try to center? Or
Preston, I would
what?
think of things that you enjoy. Think of your family. Think of, I don't know.
Bukkake videos?
Your favorite bong. Bukkake videos.
Favorite bong.
I would think of...
Sorry. I snorted.
I would think of MILFs.
Oh.
Kay Parker, Preston.
That's old school.
Yeah. I would think of a cup and 2 girls.
Oh, dude.
All right, so how many needles are in now?
9 needles.
9 total so far, yeah.
Are you done putting needles in him?
I was going to put one on the top of his head.
Please do it. Do it. He cut his hair extra short.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Now, this is the one, Heather, you said has to be driven in with a hammer, correct?
Wow, on the top of my head.
Yeah.
You feel that one, Preston?
No.
Okay.
Is it already in?
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel that at all.
I'll say this. Do you seem at peace, Preston? I know you usually come in here screaming and throwing things around, and here you're at peace.
I'm enjoying this.
Do you feel anything?
No, I'm just trying to relax, not move, and accidentally roll over and jam these needles all the way into my skin.
Well, as Heather said, this isn't the optimum condition, but if you were to follow up and stay at it, do you have every confidence he would start to experience the benefits of it?
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
He would start to see benefits within a treatment or two.
Within a treatment or two, Preston.
Yeah, and I plan on it. You remember I'd said earlier in the week that I think it would be nice if everybody tried to do one nice thing. I want to thank my buddy Casey here.
What'd he do?
Well, the past few days, I've come into the studio after doing my prep work in the other room here, and then I come in, about 5 minutes before the show starts to get ready to begin, and there has been a nice, piping hot mug of coffee sitting.
Wow.
Isn't that that's made my week, dude. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And it might make my wake too.
It made your wake.
Hopefully not.
We're just planning ahead because obviously the whole Alabama thing. I mean, who knows?
You never know.
You're flying into a hurricane.
But it made my week. Thank you. Simple little gesture like that.
Today, I was only paying it forward because Steve brought me a nice piping hot cup of coffee as well.
You see? The movement is spreading.
It's like cancer. No, I mean, it's that's not good. It's like it's a wonderful thing.
Yes. So
it's awesome.
So do that. Have a cup of coffee ready for somebody when they come in today. They'll be so delighted and happy.
Spit in it.
Yeah.
No.
Don't spit in it.
No, it's the wonderful. You feel good when you pay it forward.
And you know what else has been nice?
What?
Kathy's been extra gussied up the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I think it's the glasses.
Yeah, maybe it's
you
a
look
different
really,
look
That's
for
a
you.
sexy look on you.
Jesus. You looked much better yesterday.
Until you just made that face.
You ruined it.
Dear God.
All right, thank you.
Why, thank you. I'm having issues with my contacts. That's why I'm wearing my glasses.
She smushed her face when she said, thank you.
You do look great in glasses, though.
You do.
If you have people with you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you.
The glasses look. I think girls with glasses. That whole thing is BS. I think it's. I think they look. It's a great. When my wife got these great frames, I'm like, keep wearing. They look awesome.
Yeah. I wear glasses every day, but at night, right before bed. Where I'm in my house, I don't usually go out in them. But the past couple of days, I've been wearing them.
Why not the contacts? Sometimes do they irritate after a while?
No, it's called pink eye.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So now we're going to move on to something that I've had in mind for a long time, and now the dream is coming true. I actually have sitting next to me a bag full of vibrators.
Yes.
So if that gives you
because
any
it's
indication.
Friday.
It's Friday.
Yeah. And sometimes someone likes their butt tickled a little.
Well, the best thing was Marissa comes in today and she just walks up next to me. Her desk is directly next to mine. She turns this bag upside down and just dumps 5 vibrators out on the table.
But there's a reason for this madness.
There
and it's
is.
something that has caught your fancy. You saw a video.
I did.
And you said, we got to try this.
Probably a couple of years ago. And I'm like, why have we never done this? So we've created, actually Casey created this. I said, dude, can you build me this? He said, well, let me look into it. And sure enough, he has done it. We have in our studio a vibrator racetrack. So we're gonna do a live test of this track here in our studio. And if this works, then we'll have an idea of something that we can expand on this, and I'll get you that in a moment. So
we'll expand on dildos.
Do you want to try this out?
I do very much.
All right, so I'm gonna reach in and just randomly grab one.
Now you've never met these dildos.
I've never met this. So I grabbed a.
You picked a good one.
Is this a pink one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's yours?
Yeah. So this will be me.
Okay.
And then here. I'm rubbing it on the microphone.
The force is strong with this one.
And we'll do a couple. We'll try a couple of these and see if it's
I don't want that one.
Just grab one.
Preston, at the adult store, is this the way most people select their stuff?
Yeah.
They reach into
have
a bag.
big bag. You reach in. Here you go.
All right, thank you.
I went with this one. You can see it vibrates.
Wow, that one's much louder than mine. Hang on.
It's big.
Take it away. This is mine. And then yours.
Okay, Casey has what I would call the hot rod. What color is this? Copper?
Like a maroon.
Nah, like a burgundy.
Burgundy, yeah.
Burgundy.
Mine is
Kathy.
sort of a happy medium.
All right, Kathy.
There are two remaining.
I
Pick a vibrator.
I feel bad that Marissa can't take part.
Kathy's reaching in. First time ever her hand has been on a vibrator. Oh, she got one that's kind of contoured and has a little curl at the end.
Now, this is a European model, Preston.
Turn that on, Kathy. Let's hear it.
Ooh, that sounds almost nautical.
The two of you just got turned on, maybe.
No. It sounds like it's singing.
It's like my voice.
Hang on, let me harmonize. Hold on. No. That's how I'm playing chords on the guitar. It's a D.
Yeah.
All right, stop. Hold on. Ready? Play it.
What is it? That's very cool.
All right, Nick. Pull yours up.
All right, so in typical McElwain fashion, I got the skinny pink one.
Yeah, you did. You got the littlest one.
This will get the job done fast.
Hey, let's go racing, fellas.
Yeah!
Boogity, boogity, boogity. All right, so take your chosen vibrator over to the tracks. We have to turn them all on. All right, they're placing them on the track. Go. I'll call the race. Ready, and 3, 2, 1, begin. And they're off. Steves is taking off down the middle. Steves already crossed the finish line. In second place is, who was that?
The blue one.
Casey!
Casey came in second, followed by Nick McElwain, third. Look at me. Kathy Romano is fourth, and mine is not even halfway down yet.
Oh, my God.
That
a
is
despicable display.
It's still just taking its time.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy's finished.
Wow.
Here comes mine rattling down. Still not across the finish line yet in 3, 2, 1, and there it is.
Oh,
wow.
Preston, does yours have the most girth?
No. Casey's does.
Surprisingly.
Let's put him back up on the track again, and we'll try. I'll turn the mic back up over there.
You're out!
Yeah, it seems too fast.
It's too fast?
Man, do I know how to pick a fast dildo, though.
Get him in place.
Oh, my God. Preston, we've been to both the Poconos and Daytona.
And Dover.
Dover, that same sense of excitement.
All right, we got them lined up. You ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Let's go racing. And here we go. Now we got to race.
Oh, man.
Casey's is off to the lead, but it's neck and neck. Nick McElwain is pulling ahead.
Come on!
And has taken a full length lead at this point, but you never know what might happen towards the end. Nick is still headed towards the finish line. He's just about there. Casey slowed down considerably. Nick, our winner.
Woo!
All right, now it's neck and neck for third
Head
and
and head.
fourth. It's head and head.
Kathy is making way here.
Casey's is coming up, and Kathy's is slowly catching mine, which has now trailed the third place. All right, Casey came in second. Kathy looks like she's going to take. I'm going to come in last place again.
Again?
Man. Look at this. And Kathy in fourth.
All right.
Me in last place. Son of a bitch.
Now,
I want a new dildo. All right, our next guest is ready to go. Man, we've had so many people here in the studio. And we saved the rock and roll for last because it's rock and roll time late in the show. But we're happy to have him here this morning performing at the TLA tonight. Please welcome Andrew W.K.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Good morning. Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah. As I said, rock and roll time, early in the morning. Difficult.
You build up to it. Yeah, you build up. It's sort of a way of calibrating your system. And it has been quite a lineup. I've been enjoying the preview tweets and posts that you guys have been putting up. So I feel very privileged to be included.
Last shout outs, and I'll be done with these. This one says, "Hey, Preston, don't know if you've done any shout outs recently, but if you can squeeze one out for my brother-in-law, he turned 50 this July. Been a longtime listener who has since settled in New Hampshire. Though he keeps on the podcast regularly. It's great because we'll reach out to each other with relatable topics or bits and jokes that you guys cover and crack us up. And then we'll often share inside jokes and knowing glances when we do hang out. And as I'm writing this, you just did some shout outs. So this is from John Nichols. So here's a shout out, and that is headed to his brother-in-law, who he doesn't name, who turned 50. So we'll send that out to the nameless brother-in-law.
You know, you mentioned the podcast, and stop and think about it. When we got here many years ago, the concept of the podcast was a unique thing, and I remember having to explain to Bill Weston what it was, you know. And our podcast audience is huge.
Yep.
And thank you for the support. You have people who will listen in real time to the show in part, and then pick up what they missed later on. And it means everything to us that you support the show.
By the way, do we know the status of the issues that we've been having with the app? I've not been given any directives to address or not to address that, but I have had more people say things to me as of lately
that there have been issues with the app.
They're having troubles with the app. I know we talked about this the other day. Nick had said to close out of it and restart it, or restart your
to take the app off and then
reload it.
Reload it.
But I've talked to people who've done that and are still having the issue. I know that management is aware that there are problems, and
we
so
are
therefore
on it and completely ignoring it.
Yep.
No,
if you just ignore it, it might go away.
No, they don't ignore it. It'll be fixed in 6 months.
I just hope so. I hope that, because there are a lot of people now will rely on that, as especially like his brother-in-law from the nameless brother-in-law from New Hampshire probably listens on the app.
No, we love it, and we love that you use it, and we'll keep making noise to make sure it gets the way you need it to be.
Most definitely. And then the last one, last shout out is from Bill Bardall in Gloucester City, New Jersey. He says, it would really make my best friend Drew Pippin's, it would really make my best friend Drew Pippin's birthday. Okay.
Oh.
If he could get a birthday shout out on or around his birthday this year, he's hitting the magical number 42. We've been listening to your show since Y100 and still have PTSD when the station changed. He moved from the region to Charlotte, North Carolina, but keeps up with all the podcasts while making his rounds during the day. Being able to talk about the show and having all the show's inside jokes has helped maintain our long-distance best friendship. Thank you, guys. That's from Bill. So here's a shout out to Drew Pepin. So.
Do you think with all of so there's listeners all around the world, we get correspondence, from people who are around. Should we pick like an island and have a massive get-together?
Yeah.
Kathy's totally down with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just said the magic word, island.
We probably should.
Yeah, so we'll
margaritas? Yes.
Yep. All right. I think it's time. We're heading into the weekend. We should clean out the junk drawer.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right.
I love an organized junk drawer.
Yes.
But you said there was shopping to talk about. Is that in the junk drawer or not? You could save it. I'm just wondering.
Did you think she would forget that?
We're going on vacation. We have a vacation coming up. So if we don't do it now, we'll never do it. You want me to mention these shopping stories?
It's not the junk drawer?
At a couple.
Return your own minds. It's not the junk drawer?
No, we won't.
It's part of the junk drawer?
We could linger on this, but I do have other things that I want to impart before we leave. But okay, here we go. Some stores have more generous return policies than others, and Costco is famous for theirs.
Their return policy?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not a Costco member, so I'm not familiar with theirs.
I'm a BJ's person.
I'm a Costco guy.
So the warehouse chain offers members a 100% satisfaction guarantee and will even let them bring back half-eaten food if there's a problem with it. And according to the website, Costco doesn't specify an expiration date on refunds or even require a receipt for returns. Some shoppers have made headlines for testing the limits of the policy by returning 2-year-old vacuums and couches, and they've gotten their money back. But the retailer has drawn the line somewhere, and these are the items that they will not let you return.
Absolutely cannot return to Costco.
Well, this sounds like the
LL Bean?
No, like bulk shopping version of LL Bean, yes, but they did pull back a little bit on that, and Nordstrom also, and they also pulled back a little bit. They still have a very generous return policy. I mean, you can return things that are a year old, but I think that they've, it used to be whatever, whenever, but I think they've kind of pulled it back.
So I bought 2 deck boxes from Costco and 2 different versions, and the second one I got is amazing. The first one I got, I have to return it because it's like broken. And it's not even. I maybe it's a year old or something like that. But like, do I really feel like? Do I have to
take it back?
Dismantle the box?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're going to return something, especially if it's a larger size, it's you can't just. You have to, take it apart, put it in the box, and return it sort of how you got it.
Yeah.
What's in the box?
You just got to, gauge whether it's worth it or not.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So here are the things you can't return. Electronics purchased more than 90 days ago.
All right.
Okay.
Cigarettes. Sorry, Kath.
They sell cigarettes?
That's funny. Yeah, they sell
Listen,
cigarettes.
these don't taste good.
I would
I want
imagine
menthol.
some states they might because do they sell alcohol there at the ones? I don't think they sell
Not
alcohol
ours.
in Pennsylvania, but you can't return alcohol. Cigarettes, even if they've never been opened, you can't return them.
Okay.
Alcohol, same goes for alcohol, including wine, beer, and spirits. Even if you haven't opened it, you can't
like
return
no matter
it.
what. Yeah.
Batteries. They're not generally allowed to be returned for a refund unless the batteries don't work or customers aren't satisfied with their performance in some way. Tires. Costco actually sells a lot of tires.
Yeah, I see that BJ sells them as well.
Yep. So
they're sort of round and rubbery looking.
Yeah, I have an idea of what that looks like. Costco is known for their tire check and fix policy, which even includes free rotation, balance, and inflation checks, but you can't return tires that you buy there. You also can't return gold bars. Remember, I told you not that long ago, gold is surging, and one of the places that people buy gold bars is from Costco. They sell them.
Isn't Costco now like one of the top 3 gold?
Might be.
Dealers in the country?
This says it is not an item that shoppers are filling their carts with often, but if you do buy a gold bar, just know that it's not returnable.
Can you return gold tires?
Yes.
Yeah.
Gift cards. They sell gift cards for other retailers at Costco, and they're often cheaper than face value, but they're not refundable.
Right.
And then the last thing is Costco shop cards as well. Even the gift cards for Costco itself cannot be returned. But other than that, they're pretty open for almost anything.
Yeah, love a place that has a good return policy because you're going to shop there more, you're going to buy more. In case you get home, you don't like something, you can return it, or at least that's how.
But the people that exploit, I don't have the DNA, the genetic material that would make me wear something for 7 or 8 months and then bring it back.
That's crazy.
To me, that's just gaming the system.
Yeah, you should be respectful of it. But something that I learned, which I guess I kind of knew, but didn't really think about it just the other day. I had a gift card, and I needed to, and it had Jace's name written on it. And I needed to buy a birthday gift, and I was getting the kid a gift card. So I was like, "Oh, I'll use the gift. You can't use a gift card to buy a gift card.
No,
Nope, they don't allow that.
And a lot of places won't let you. You can't use a credit card in a lot of places to buy a gift card. Like if you go to buy a gift card, like at a Wawa or 7-Eleven, or even like maybe like in those places anyway, you have to pay cash.
Huh?
Really?
Yeah.
Target, you can use a credit card.
So when you're going to get gas and they have a cash price and the credit price, and you use your debit card,
ooh, good question.
Are you getting charged cash price or credit card price?
So I think it has to do with the running of the card, right? Because they get charged a fee.
Mm-hmm.
So is the debit card, are they getting charged? It might be, Casey, it might be the credit card, because if you, I know if you type in a credit card number, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when you get the fee. So if they're typing in a number, they're still getting charged.
Okay.
Maybe. They may still be getting charged.
So
bottom line is we don't know.
We don't know. Yeah.
The bottom line is, I think I'm starting to get to the age where I'm getting annoyed at hidden fees and and then prices going up, and it's all the credit card companies that are making it happen.
Yeah. Well, listen. But I never use a debit card. I don't. To me, it's too risky.
Too risky. Yeah, same. I always use the credit card. But I will say, and I actually wanted to bring this up to you guys, and since we're going to be on vacation, I'll do it now. I'm getting cash out of the bank more now because everything comes with a fee. Every time you use your credit card now, at least what I'm experiencing, most times when I'm using a credit card, there's an added fee.
So you're saying at any given time you're walking around with $1,000 cash on you?
No, but I mean, I was just in Montauk and everything there was a fee, and they tell you, they're like, are you using card or cash? Because they'll make it clear, but it's like, when you're out to dinner and you have this expensive bill, it's like, let's just pay in cash and try to save that little bit of money.
You're probably not alone in that. One more shopping story. Americans spend an average of 54 hours a year shopping online.
Ooh.
That's a beginner.
The average American now spends 62 minutes shopping online every week. That adds up to about 54 hours a year.
Wow.
Price is the most important thing for 71% of the respondents while shopping online. It's even more important than the quality of the product.
I'd say it's a combination of both. I love a good price, but if it's terrible quality, I'm taking it back.
This all speaks to Kathy because this next one says to make sure that they're saving as much as possible, 60% of shoppers always or often look for a promo code or other offer before checking out online. If it takes too long to find one, 37% said that they won't go through with the purchase.
Oh, totally. I will. And you know what? If I see that there was a promo code that just expired, I also won't purchase it. I know that means a new one's coming out.
Do you have an Amazon credit card?
No, I have the Prime, but I don't have the Amazon credit card.
So I have the Amazon credit card. So all my purchases get me points on Amazon, and I use that. Because I'm such a moron, it's right there in front of me every time I go to use it what my current tally is. And that to me works. Promo codes and stuff like that, I don't.
I will not.
Preston, do you look for promo codes?
Nope.
No.
I will not purchase anything online without first looking for a promo code. And then if I don't find it, depending on what it is, I purchase it, I don't, whatever. But I will at least search for one.
How do you do it? How do you search for one?
Wherever I'm shopping, Costco, July 2024 promo code or free shipping code.
You just type that into...
I'll type it into Google. There's also an app called Retail Me Not. They have a lot of coupons. There's, I think, Coupon Cabin, places like that. But those are like the ones that'll come up right away. If there is a coupon out there and you Google it, it should pop up right away.
Okay. 53% of those surveyed have items they never pay full price for. They only buy them if they get a deal. And then, Kathy, a third of the respondents believe finding deals is their shopping superpower.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the free shipping queen.
Let me ask you this. So, do you actually get like an endorphin rush when that process is taking place? Because when I'm researching something and I'm researching something using online and YouTube videos or learning how to do something or learning how to, a piece of tech or whatever, I get that rush. Do you get that rush when you're hunting for savings?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. When I see when I have everything in the cart, right, I see the price and then I'll go and I'll look for the coupon code. If I find something to see that price change and drop, I'm like, yes,
you're doing it.
I did it.
Right, so those are your shopping things that I promised you.
Thank you so
Kathy.
much.
All right, so let's go back to the junk drawer. Yeah, there are a couple things that I for sure want to pass along. All right, here is one of them. I found it. Southwest Airlines is shifting to assigned seats for the first time in its history.
You're not happy with this.
I like the open seating thing. Now, I don't fly Southwest regularly. I fly it occasionally. And I don't mind the grab your own seat wherever you want to go type of thing because I usually end up in that first. They do two. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, two seatings. I guess would be a good way to put it. And I'm usually in that first seating. I usually find a seat that I want.
Now you buy reserved seats for a movie theater, don't you?
Yes.
Right. So
I like that.
Yeah.
I do like that. So
why are they doing it?
The airline, it says here, it's a change that will allow the low-fare carrier to charge a premium for some of the seats on its plane.
Makes sense.
They need the money. Everybody else is doing it. The airline will also start offering overnight red-eye flights for the first time, which it said will improve the efficiency by increasing the use of its aircraft.
I wonder if they're adding any other flourishes.
So Southwest said customers are clamoring for these changes. When people switch to a competitor from Southwest, the company said the number one reason the unhappy passenger cite is the open seating. But the change will also help the company charge some passengers more for their tickets. 80% of Southwest customers and 86% of potential customers prefer an assigned seat, according to the statement by the airline. By moving to an assigned seating mode, Southwest expects to broaden its appeal and attract more flying from its current and future customers.
Yeah, I had a woman, she was sitting in my seat, and I was like, oh, man.
I'm going to sit on your lap?
No, but I didn't want to start any crap.
Right,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
But she was clearly sitting in my seat, and so I asked the flight attendant, hey, can you let this? I said, bitch, can you let them know that they're in my seat? And then the woman, she was nice enough, but she was like, oh, do you want the seat? And I was like, yeah, that's why I ordered that seat.
Yeah.
I chose specifically that seat. I paid specifically for that seat. Get up!
This is why I get pissed off, Casey. And you see them more and more now, these stories of people like, could you give up this seat so that this family can sit together? And they had one where the mother had purchased a seat in first class, and it was to get the kid. And so
get the kid in first class.
So and the guy's like, this is like a $3,500 price difference. But I think it was like a long trip.
Yeah, and you're like, no, that's not. And I would, even if I was in coach, I'd be like, dude, go ask somebody else.
Yeah,
and I'm not an a-hole. But
I'll switch if it makes sense at a certain point. But you can't expect someone to do it.
This whole idea that you have to sit next to the person that you know. No, you don't.
Are you guys going to arrive at the same airport at the end of all this? Then shut up.
So Southwest has long been known as a low-cost, low-fare carrier, but it has been facing competition from the three other major carriers, American, United, and Delta, which get much more revenue from charging more for premium seats. It also faces growing rivalries on the other end of the spectrum, the ultra-low-cost carriers like Spirit and Frontier, which offer bargain price seats for which customers have to pay extra for just about everything, including carry-on bags. Southwest doesn't charge for carry-on bags and has long allowed passengers to check 2 bags for free. And the airline also doesn't charge customers to change flights either. So I don't know if any of that will change or not.
Are we heading towards an airline that offers seatless flights, just floor seating?
Everybody just stand around? That could be
good. You
good.
see those giant cargo planes, in the military?
Sure.
And they're basically just kind of sitting bench style.
On the side.
Yeah. I wonder how long that takes to get very uncomfortable.
They have started, Steve, there have been concepts for short flights of standing. It's essentially you strap into almost like a plank.
Right, yeah.
And so you do have some sort of
Hannibal Lecter it.
Yeah, but that's never come to pass. All right, there is one more story for sure that I want to pass along. And John, I know it's in here somewhere. Let me. Got it. It's right there. So Kathy sent me this. I saw this on the news this morning too. Amy Smith Murphy in Ocean City, New Jersey, was walking on the beach at Corson's Inlet State Park when she saw something unusual. She said, I noticed this because the bottle was a nice aqua color. And she says that the glass bottle, corked with something inside, was right there on the sand. And she couldn't wait to tell her 14-year-old nephew, Jack Smith, and her 16-year-old niece, Avery. She said, we made a group chat, and everyone was decoding it up and looking things up. Her nephew said she takes out a message in a bottle with a cork, and it has the message in it. And I'm like, are you joking? So once Amy decided to open the bottle, she knew that she wanted to document the process, and she's got these 2 teenagers, so they are making videos to put on TikTok.
Oh, very cool.
So they recorded the uncorking process, which released a stench that no one expected. Jack said, as soon as we opened it, my grandma was yelling, get it out of the house because it smelled so bad. She also rolled on the painstaking removal of the note inside, along with the research that followed. So for the past several weeks, she's gone through old newspapers, Ancestry.com, and Reddit groups on old bottles, all leading Amy to believe that this bottle, with the message still intact, is from 1876.
1876, and the message is still intact.
Yeah, the short note inside mentions
drink more Ovaltine.
Mentions a yacht based in Atlantic City called the Neptune.
Wow.
Along with a business card for WG&J Clem Gents Furnishing Goods in Philadelphia. Amy said the outside of the bottle reads Bar and Brother Philadelphia. It's possible that recent beach replenishment had kicked the bottle up to the shore. It may have just been in the sand for a long time.
Quite possible, yeah.
Yeah, my son was kayaking last month and found a bottle in the bay. There was no message in it, but we took the bottle home. The bottle's from the early 1900s. It's pretty cool.
No kidding.
Yeah, it's old green old bottle from like an old like ginger ale company from Canada. Yeah.
So based on Amy's research, she thinks that it could be the oldest message in a bottle ever found.
That's amazing. I would love that.
So she reached out to Guinness Book of World Records and is waiting to hear back. And they hope to figure out who wrote the note inside and hope that social media might connect them to even more answers.
Do you remember the author we had on who talked about there was a particular island chain that ended up catching a lot of these?
Was this the guy that has found several messages in bottles? Yes.
Yeah.
And the reason we spoke to him is because there was one that came out of New Hope.
I think, yes.
Or someone in New Hope had found it, or it had a connection to New Hope. I remember that. But yeah, this guy regularly finds messages in bottles.
He knows, he studies the ocean patterns and current patterns. And there's one particular island chain where they end up on the beaches there quite often. Yeah. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. There are some people that go around looking for stuff on, on the shore. We saw a guy doing the metal detector on the beach the other day, and he'd stop for a moment, and he breaks out his little scooper. I'm like, ooh, Shell, look. He might have found something. Digging for a while. No. Nothing.
No, I was thinking bottle caps, something like that. No.
He dug around.
I've had fascinations with, as a kid, I had a really cheap kid's metal detector. The thing I think that's kind of interesting these days is the magnet fishing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jace has done that, right?
Yep. Yeah. He had that. It got lost and stuck on something at the bottom of the Schuylkill. But yes, they did have a lot of fun with it. I once saw at the Jersey Shore the people with the detectors. Yeah. And there was maybe like 3 or 4 of them all in one spot, and I was like, I was like, maybe there's something, but they
crashed UFO.
Well, and they were staying, like they were not leaving. They were there for a while, and I was just jogging down the beach, and I kept going. Eventually, couldn't see them anymore. But I mean, I was like, well, there's got to be something if they're all there, unless I don't know.
I wonder if they. Yeah, I mean,
they were like they're clearly
like clubs, are they not?
But they were clearly searching one spot. Like they were all getting indication that something was there.
Iron Giant.
Yeah. All right, that is all that I have in the junk drawer. We're going to close it up today. Here we go.
That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All right, and as we take a break, I would like to give away, we have one last pair of tickets to see Ellen DeGeneres, the Ellen's Last Stand-Up, Wednesday, July 31st at the Academy of Music. And we'll take caller number 25, and we will give you those tickets, 215-263-WMMR. Tickets are on sale now, but the show is going to be July 31st, next Wednesday. So call if you would like to go. We'll take a break. Come back in a second. Bizarre File is on the way when we return.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 W.
Group of folks.
It is pretty amazing, but there's been a great deal of excitement about you, and you have a very loyal fan base, and that's got to be very rewarding, right?
Well, we're all in this party together, and I certainly don't take it for granted that there are other folks that identify with this celebratory attitude, and we're all looking for the same thing, that kind of enthusiasm, that kind of joy, that kind of party fuel that helps you get through each day and make the most of it.
Well, listen, I think it is a huge badge of honor when you have reached a point in your career when you've actually become a Halloween costume.
Yes, and I designed it that way to make it very easy. As you can see, anyone can find a white T-shirt. The white jeans can be a little harder to find, but they're not always that hard. Even painter's pants will do if you don't have anything else. And if you throw on a wig and a bloody nose, and you're good to go.
But generally, you go with denim for the pants?
I do.
White denim?
Yes, the denim is durable, and I need durability. I need support. I need that harder, thicker fabric.
And denim absolutely serves that bill. So.
It does. It really does.
The costume is cool enough that people in the know, you can kind of say, okay, they know. And other people have no clue. So you can break pick up the crowd immediately.
Yes. It's a litmus test for partiers.
Right.
Yeah. I used to wear white pants all the time when I was
Did you?
Yes.
You and
They
Mr.
weren't-
Rourke.
They weren't denim. They were just like, whatever kind of fabric, cotton or something like that. But
I can't because like 9 times out of 10 I'm walking around with skid marks and I
No,
just
that's the
can't
point.
let them. Oh.
That's the whole. Those are the hard-earned party stains. You got to showcase those proudly.
they're like bruises, man.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like that. We wanted to welcome somebody else here into the studio because she's a massive fan. She produces our afternoon show, so she came in very, very early for this. Sarah Parker is here with us this morning.
Hi.
And Sarah made it a point to be here nice and early in the morning. What is it you love about Andrew WK?
Oh my gosh, the fact that he is so very positive, especially nowadays. So many crappy things are happening in this world, right? You look at the news and you just get upset, but Andrew is the shining light of positivity. So I'm thinking that perhaps you should explain what partying means to you, because someone who's not familiar with Andrew WK might think that's just drinking all the time. So what does partying mean to you?
Well, it certainly could mean drinking all the time for someone. I'm not really here to tell someone what it is. I guess I chose that word because I thought it was actually something that everyone did understand, that everyone was familiar with that. It didn't take a lot of explanation or elaboration, that a 4-year-old or a 94-year-old, or I should say a 93-year-old or a 33-year-old, they all understand in some way how to enjoy the fact that they're not dead. And that's really the beginning and the end of the party mindset. You can apply it as vastly or as simply as possible.
There's a great video of Andrew. If you haven't seen it on YouTube, you can find it. He's being interviewed, and the interviewer is asking a pretty long, drawn-out question. And in that time, Andrew's face contorts into a scowl of sorts, and then you answer the question very quickly. And it's hilarious. It's got over like 3 million views. But are you, faces? Is that something you were always good at as a kid? Were you making
Gurning?
Yeah.
Yeah, hamming it up. I mean, the face is a very fun thing if you can control it. I don't have complete control. I think in that video you're talking about, maybe some kind of demon took control of my face. But
very much so.
Let them have at it.
Let them out.
Yeah, let them have their fun with my face.
You seem to be obsessed with pizza.
Well, who isn't really? I mean, even the person who hates pizza the most, they still are engaged in the phenomenon.
You have a guitar look like a pizza slice.
I have a pizza slice guitar,
which is pretty badass.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to the great folks at ESP Guitars for making it for me.
Yeah, very nice.
And we just made another one too.
Yeah, a taco guitar, right?
That's right. Yes, literally, it's just days old. It's still a very fresh. Yeah, I've only played it, I think, maybe 5 times now on stage. We just got it during this tour.
Okay. Hey, Andrew, with your signature look, the whites and the bloody nose. Did the bloody nose happen by accident at some point, and then you were like, "Hey, that looks kind of cool."
That was part of the initial vision I was presented with, so I executed that in a rather painful way. But I have gotten bloody noses on stage by accident, much to my dismay.
Right.
Most of them were accidentally self-inflicted, meaning I kicked myself in my own face. When I was trying to do a very impressive high kick in New Orleans, for example, I saw a friend in the crowd I hadn't seen in years. I said, I'm going to really blow his mind. I'm going to do the highest kick of all. And it was so high that I almost kicked through my own head.
Wow.
But I got a bloody nose. I did break my nose that night as well, which, as you can imagine, is rather painful. But the adrenaline got going and the blood started flowing, and people thought it was all just part of the show.
Hey, listen, man, thanks for getting up early and stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about partying.
Of course. Have a great time in Philadelphia. Andrew WK, friend. We love this guy who's in our studio. He's a great guest. He's a great star, and he's got a film that he is promoting. It's coming up on Netflix, and it is called Wheelman. Let's welcome him back to our studio, Frank Grillo.
Awesome.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
It's good to see you again.
Yeah, I miss you guys.
We miss you as well, bud.
You came in and you blew us away the first time we had you in the studio. Great stories and full of energy. And we, obviously you were attached to something. We were just, it was the Purge and obviously the Marvel Universe as well. Got to tell you, man, the Wheelman is a solid movie.
Yeah, you saw it?
I did see it on we got the advance. It's going to be on Netflix, which is turning out to be Valhalla for these kind of films.
It's amazing. I mean, this film, cost $5 million.
My buddy Joe Carnahan and I.
Joe Carnahan is the Gray.
Yeah, the Gray and Smoking Aces and Narc and
love his stuff.
Yeah, he's great. So we're partners with this company War Party, and we made this movie for like $5.5 million,
which is insane because but that's the deal. You're producing this movie.
Yeah,
is your first
and really we boots on the ground, like we produced the movie.
Yeah, so you did it in Boston.
In Boston,
okay,
at night.
So that's a point I want to make about this movie, which makes it so unique. You have the first time director Jeremy Rush, who wrote the screenplay.
By the way, the guy was a PA for 13 years. Right. Never directed anything.
This idea that he has, which is very cool. That so you're in this car and you're a wheelman. You're a driver for hire for criminals.
Right.
You're going to go on this, you take these guys out, they're going to rob a bank, but you get this call. The guys, when they get back in the car, are going to kill you. And now there's this stuff, and you're off and running, and it has everything I love about a period of time in Hollywood, 70s movies.
That's it.
High.
You're good. Wait a minute. Did you talk to somebody?
No, but when you turn badass, there's a scene where you grab a guy, you pull up. But to get back to my original point, there's angles from the car. When you leave the car, a lot of times you're seeing you through the windshield, and you're hearing. And you bring the guy back, and so the car itself is a character in the thing, and so you have your claustrophobia, but it's also your one way of getting away from the crap.
Yeah.
And there are angles and stuff that I thought were just really brilliant for a first-time director. I'm like,
yeah, that was all him too. This guy was knocking on trailer doors for 13 years and writing scripts, and he sent it to Carnahan, and Carnahan read it. And gave him some notes, and they started dialogue, and he sent it to me, and I was like, man, this is really interesting. Like, this could be really bad or really good. We brought it to our agency. They brought it to Cannes, and Netflix bought it like the next day, and we were making the movie in a month and a half. That guy was knocking on doors for 13 years.
But it took like if
not for Joe Carnahan, it wouldn't happen.
What did you not anticipate being a producer of a movie that caught you off guard?
At one point, this movie was going to be 23 days, which is kind of Herculean in itself. And we were like, I think we could save money. Let's make it 19 days. So I shot like 35 pages of dialogue the last 2 days of the film.
Wow.
So we could save like $11.
Well, because you're on the other side of the the check now, and you're now to save. As an actor, you might piss him on as I need a little bit more time or whatever. On the producer side, he's just saying, can we do this for cheaper? I have to bring this up too. Doing the research on this movie, Wolf Warrior 2, which is, explain where this is. Now, we have not heard much about this movie.
No, because it's not in America.
But globally.
How about this? So I do a movie in China last year, right? And it's a big deal because you want a Chinese kind of presence. But there had been a Wolf Warrior 1. It was very successful, made like $100 million. And they paid me a lot of money to go to China. Joe and Anthony Russo produced it. They're the directors of Captain America.
Yeah.
They said, go do this. It's our whole stunt crew is going to really... And so I went and did it and made a ton of money. The movie's going to make $1 billion.
Oh, my God.
It's like the highest...
It is the second highest domestic grossing film ever behind Star Wars. Yeah.
What?
And I play a character named Big Daddy. I'm the bad American.
Yeah.
Wait, you have to see the jacket I'm wearing.
All right, we're looking at the
show it.
We're looking at the trailer.
This was all shot in China, by the way. I am, and I'm going to say this on the radio, the biggest American star.
China.
Yeah, this movie is a phenomenon.
I was reading the numbers on it, like surpassing.
Yeah.
You got to realize globally where this movie falls into the list.
We live in this tiny little bubble in the United States,
right?
And there's there are more people in China, meaning there's more money to be made, I guess, over there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what happens, and they talk about you opening up in other markets and so on and so forth. Their movie opens up in India and does well. The Bollywood, is a
I mean, this is literally the second. This is only behind Star Wars. So like Joe Russo called me and goes, "You are a unicorn now in China. We're gonna go make Lethal Weapon. It's with you and a Chinese movie star. We're gonna go do Lethal Weapon next year."
So when you play a bad guy and you're known for you're sort of a bad guy, and
I played it campy, like I was
over the top.
Oh yeah,
oh,
that's in China. I didn't think anybody's gonna see it. I was like Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman. Hoo-ah!
That's great.
Look, that's Big Daddy.
Oh man!
Yeah, I represent everything bad about the world.
Wow. Hey, where did you guys shoot for Captain America: Civil War? Was that in Africa?
Part of it was in. I think part of it was in Africa. I didn't. I was always in Atlanta.
And by the way, Crossbones is not dead.
Is he dead?
Oh no. He seems dead.
Come on, man.
He seems dead.
Dude,
Seems dead.
I was just down at Marvel, with every said nobody mentioned that he wasn't dead. He's dead.
They don't. That's one of the.
I think he's definitely dead.
He's definitely dead. He's dead. Man.
That uniform's too freaking
No,
cool.
he's dead. I know. So, I'm too old. Listen, I think at some point they're going to have to change the Avengers. They're getting a little long in the tooth.
Can I ask a question?
When they first get their AARP card,
I had a question about your scene in Civil War.
Yeah.
The spit on the side of your mouth. Was that makeup spit or was that your?
No, it's real spit. I have it right now. I get excited. I'm really sweating right now.
That's got to be wild, though. Just listen. You are part of one of the greatest movie fights ever filmed.
Yeah.
That elevator fight, which we know you had a lot of sway over.
Yeah.
I can watch that over and over. That's got to be a sense of pride for you.
It's fun. It's all fun.
And knowing also now that you could just demolish.
Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Mini Melts. You can get Mini Melts ice cream delivered right to your door on the Wawa app. And you're just a few clicks away from enjoying your favorite Mini Melts flavor. So download the Wawa app today. I'm going to lead. I don't want to end with a tragic story, so I'm going to lead with it.
Okay.
Instead, and this is terrible, but a 20-year-old hiker out with her dad fell to her death from Half Dome.
Oh, no.
In Yosemite National Park in California during a heavy rainstorm. Grace Roloff of Arizona State University was descending the cables on Half Dome with her father when she slipped. Her father, Jonathan, saw that he and his daughter had made their way, or he said that that they had made their way to the peak of Half Dome when a storm suddenly hit. And that happens out there sometimes.
Yeah.
Boom, they come out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
While trying to descend the precarious 400-foot cable section before rain made the granite peak slippery, Grace lost her balance and then she fell down the mountain. Jonathan recalled his daughter telling him that she was feeling very happy 10 minutes before the accident.
I think, and he said the last words were, these rocks are slippery.
Well, yeah. So she was talking about she had gotten new boots.
Yeah.
And she said they were so slippery. So
God
they
almighty.
were supposed to have good traction, but apparently, yeah, she said, and he said to calm her down, he said, let's just go one step at a time. Soon after, he said, slid off the side right by me down the mountain. It happened so fast. I tried to reach my hand up, but she was already gone. After she fell out of sight, he waited amid cold and giant hail for rescuers, not knowing whether she had survived or not. And the rescuers made it to her several hours later. They pronounced her dead at the scene. The coroner and the father actually took this as a good thing, said that she probably died right away from head trauma rather than fall and be a broken body.
It seems weird,
and
but
suffer
yeah.
And all that. It's just a terrible story. But
I'll tell you what.
But it reminds you how serious that activity is.
It absolutely is. I'll tell you, I've purchased a number of trail running and hiking shoes in the past that are water resistant or whatever, and a lot of them suck on wet surfaces. So you got to make sure you're getting a good pair of hiking shoes.
All right, we need a lighter story to follow that up with, so we're going to do this. Setting a new world record is something to be proud of, no matter how dumb it may seem to the rest of the world. In Nigeria, Babajide Israel Adebanjo is the official record holder for the longest duration of twerking after he was able to continuously back that ass up for 3 hours and 30 minutes.
3 hours and 30 minutes, and it's a dude who did it.
Yep.
Wow.
On a positive note, Adebanjo took on the challenge to raise awareness about depression and the importance of mental health. And we can now all agree that twerking is the surefire cure for depression.
It's funny because this record actually depresses me.
Yeah, three and a half hours. Wow. The butt is one of my jams. All right, here's another story. A woman has been sentenced to 15 years in federal prison for, listen to this, stealing more than $100 million from a grant program meant to support military children and families. Yeah.
Military children and $100 million.
Yeah. So Janet Yamanaka Mello was convicted on 5 counts of mail fraud for the convoluted scheme, which she carried out over the course of 6 years while employed by the United States Army. She worked as a financial manager for the Army Morale, Welfare, and Recreation Program at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, specifically focusing on child and youth services. She formed a business in December 2016 called Child Health and Youth Lifelong Development that was essentially used as a front for the scam. Collecting funding through a military grant initiative was the business's sole purpose, and Mello was able to fraudulently collect millions through it because of her position in the Army.
So think of how many kids, how many families went without big while she was.
Oh, and listen to what
did any families get anything?
I don't know. Instead of using the grant money given to her business to provide the youth and family services, she would deposit grant checks into her own personal bank account and would spend the money on various luxuries, including clothing, vehicles, and real estate. Allegedly, she used the grant money to buy lavish properties and 82 vehicles, including a Maserati, a Mercedes, a 1954 Corvette, and a Ferrari Fratelli motorcycle. And in one instance, she used the funds to purchase $923,000 worth of jewelry in a single day.
Jesus.
So, like, she wasn't even being slightly bit subtle with it.
Yeah.
That is beyond bold.
Parse it out, spread it out so it's not obvious.
Yeah. In 49 individual instances of fraud over the 6 years.
I bought a gorilla.
She requested $117 million in grant payments during that period and received close to $109 million. And to cover up the scam, she also falsely reported her income for the tax years 2017 to 2022. All of them she fraudulently. So the defense attorney, Albert Flores, told the Associated Press that Mello was deeply remorseful, however.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Right.
He said,
that's good.
I assume she's torn up.
He said she realizes she committed a crime and she did wrong and is very ashamed.
Yeah. Well, that's enough. We'll call it even then.
Wow. That is one of the biggest scams I've ever heard of. Yeah. A British Columbia cyclist is recovering after running with a grizzly and two cubs that ended with the bear getting punched in the face.
What did I do?
According to conservation officer Matthew Corbett, a man was riding his bike along a forested road when he surprised a female grizzly and her two cubs in a clearing.
Worst scenario possible.
Yeah, the bear just immediately charged him, knocked him down, Corbett said, but the man put his bike between himself and the bear, which prevented him from being hurt as the bear continued to make contact with the bike. And then he did something unexpected. He punched the bear in the face. He said he told me that he remembered hearing a story at some point where a man punched a bear in the nose to get it off of him, Kathy, like your friend was saying.
Yeah.
Hit him in the nose.
In the face! In the face!
That story, which was published online in 2017, centered around a Vancouver Island man who similarly punched a grizzly in the face while he was being attacked. Corbett said the man in this most recent situation swung as hard as he could, which prompted the bear to run off into the bush.
Jeez.
The man was able to ride his bike out of the park and catch a ride home from other park users. He suggests that you don't do that.
Yes.
But
probably not.
Nonetheless, he went for it. All right, here's the story.
You gonna be a bear? Be a grizzly!
All right, so here's one I've been sitting on all week and didn't get a chance to squeeze this in, but I wanted to make sure I had this in there. A Welsh fisherman has been ordered to pay more than $5,000 after he was caught illegally snatching a salmon and hiding it up his sleeve.
No, not the salmon in the sleeve trick.
Stephen Samuel was spotted killing and taking a salmon from a fishery on the River Teffy in South Wales. Despite his attempts to conceal the fish, he was spotted by another angler who alerted the police. The 64-year-old appeared in court where he was ordered to pay the fine. Suspicion was initially aroused when Samuel was observed leaving the river wearing only a shirt despite the heavy rain, with a rain jacket casually draped over his shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
He was subsequently apprehended by an officer. Samuel was reported for 4 offenses. He confessed that he was fully aware that it was illegal to keep any salmon caught in Welsh rivers and on the ban of certain baits and hooks while fishing for migratory fish. But he felt that shoving it up his sleeve
would make those laws void.
Was the best way to get away with it. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Case, do we have anything else to give away? Or?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I just handed a whole bunch of stuff to Marissa.
We have Deadpool and Wolverine tickets, right?
We have one more Fandango code for Deadpool Wolverine.
All right, we'll take caller number 13, 215-263 WMMR, and we will give that to you. And thank you to our buddy Joe Fucci.
Yes.
Who brought by the official Deadpool and Wolverine popcorn bucket It is Wolverine's face with his whole it looks like a sex doll opening in his mouth where you reach in and you grab the popcorn.
It's great.
So Joe grabbed these for us and we appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm going to see the movie today, so I'm going to have to take mine with me.
You're just a couple hours away.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a second. We'll test your knowledge of the program. Lesson question, trash and music news on the way next.
He's so skinny now. I just saw him. He's so beautiful. But I was with all of them. Like, they were all there. The whole, every Marvel character was assembled. It was like 45 people. Like, I'm sitting with Cheadle and William Hurt. You don't realize how many people have been in those movies. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. I think I would cry if I was
I cried.
in the presence of all of them.
Yeah, I mean, it was fascinating.
All right, let's hear it for Frank Grillo. Regis Philbin did not like to chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now. Shut up.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. For this very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
Nothing?
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I'm Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I
No,
mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller,
No one wants
lesser
to see-
network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people. It's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Channing gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22.
Yeah,
and I don't know how many
it's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine that Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat. And he's wearing a baseball hat
or booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not gonna work. So anyhow,
People,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
yeah.
people with great personalities, all
No one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
You know, it's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandijk Jr., you got ripped off on that season.
You're gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So, anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes,
love you.
He goes,
I want to be with you.
He goes,
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
You like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric. thing
Oh,
to
that's
make
really cool.
to
Yeah,
make it sound like a growl. That's,
Oh, really?
That's
music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was, hang on, wait.
Yeah,
Yeah, now you can hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who was the composer? No. I mean,
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts. But I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of those things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one.
And from what I understand, they put on great shows last week. Dave agrees, 100%. 10:22 on this Friday morning. And we are ready to give some goodies away with our lesson question. We have, as a prize, 4-pack of tickets to Six Flags Great Adventure. And if you answer this question correctly, you can win that. So, Steve quit getting brain freezes after having how many strokes? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. Steve quit getting brain freezes after having how many strokes? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you heard that. And if you do, call now. We'll do the trash while we wait for that call.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Red Robin. Did someone say $10 cheeseburger Tuesday at Red Robin? Well, check out this limited time offer at participating Red Robin locations. Visit redrobin.com for details. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, with the Olympics in town, French police are reportedly cracking down on prostitution throughout Paris. The authorities are suggesting that if people really want to get effed, just try booking a hotel room.
Hey!
HGTV star Christina Hall's estranged husband, Josh Hall, says he had absolutely no idea she was about to dump him. Hall says he just thought it was one of Christina's goofy jokes when she put a padlock on her vagina. And finally, Harvey Weinstein is reportedly in a prison hospital battling both COVID and double pneumonia. Doctors treating Weinstein have been instructed to point and laugh. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if you know the answer to the question this morning. When Steve had quit getting brain freezes after how many strokes? 215-263-WMMR. We are going to go to, let's see, we have Derek on the line first. Hi, Derek. Good morning.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning to see you, Derek. All right, so Steve quit getting brain freezes after how many strokes?
10 strokes.
10 strokes?
Yeah.
Well done, sir. Hang on, Derek. Got you a 4-pack of Great Adventure tickets. You can go all out at Six Flags Great Adventure, where you'll scream through their record-breaking coasters and make a splash at Hurricane Harbor. You can get your daily ticket now at sixflags.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
What? Brought to you by Dermatology Associates at Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for a non-segmental vitiligo study to test a topical medication. Adults 18 and 75 must have vitiligo on your face and body. Go to PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. Well, Axl Rose joined Billy Joel on stage at the final show of Billy's run at Madison Square Garden in New York City last night. And he was on to perform 3 songs. He did his cover of Wings' Live and Let Die, AC/DC's Highway to Hell, as well as Billy's 1980 hit, You May Be Right. Rose previously performed Highway to Hell with Billy at a 2017 concert at Los Angeles' Dodger Stadium.
Axl Rose, huge Elton John fan, and Billy Joel and Elton John had a lot of, I think, similarities early on in their careers. And I assume he's probably a pretty big Billy Joel fan.
Yeah, I would think so. Thursday night's concert marked Billy's 150th show at the iconic New York City venue.
And like 99% sold out, right?
Oh, yeah. In December 2013, Billy was named Madison Square Garden's first ever music franchise, joining the ranks of the storied venue's other original franchisees, the New York Knicks and the New York Rangers. The record-breaking residency began in January 2014, with Billy playing one show every month at the Garden for, as Joel said at the time, as long as the demand continues. It's wild.
It's insane. 150.
Yep. In just over a month, Interscope Records is dropping U2's Zoo TV Live in Dublin 1993 EP. It's set to hit on Friday, August 30th. The EP includes 5 tracks from one of the 2 open-air performances by U2 at the RDS Arena in Dublin, which was the hometown stop on the band's European Zoo TV tour. These shows have been available as bootlegs for years, but this is the first time that it'll be available as an official release. The 5 tracks included Zoo Station, Mysterious Ways, Trying to Throw Your Arms Around the World, Stay, Far Away So Close, and Love is Blindness. The EP will be available on CD, 12-inch vinyl, and in digital format as well.
Be here tonight. I want to remind everyone that whenever you shop online, look for a promo code.
Who'd you learn that from?
Yeah.
Or mono. And then the last thing, Sarah Parker, weekend warrior here at WMMR, had brought me up to speed with some things that are on WMMR.com. There are some concert galleries and show set lists that you might want to take a look at. One from Dave Matthews Band when they were here this last weekend.
Just speaking about him.
The Def Leppard, Journey, and Steve Miller show from the other night.
Yes.
And also Foo Fighters with their show in Hershey.
It's been very active.
So if you want to see the pics and you want to check out some information and also set list details, you can do all of that right there at WMMR.com. We have the News That Rocks section, and you will be able to find it there. So dive right in, friend. And that's the last item of music news. We will take a break, come back in a second, and we will wrap this thing up and give away our Word of the Week prize. So anything else? Or
No, we're good.
We're good. All right, that's it. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
James that has the problem, I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending, which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you 5 guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all
bizarre,
sounds really bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters. I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and he a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating, is your ability to have empathy. But I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done. And when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out and there's 2,000 people outside. And they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are.
M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just. And it was something stupid to do as a kid. That when you would call it, it would dial or it would ring once and then it would pick up and it would go. I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened
lines.
upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
There we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
Call me, I've got news you can use.
Straight up, she's going to tell you everything.
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
And call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though? Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah, great. You want a picture or what?
All right, here is here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah. It's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, a car.
Kind of car.
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning again.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that, though. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
All right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just lest you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
And what town we blew up last?
Call and hear a new message every day. And learn how you can leave your personal message from Warren.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man, blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors.
On 93.3 WMMR. And loser.
Beck was just in town last night, performed with the Philadelphia Orchestra.
That's right. We had talked about that when they had announced that was going to happen. I'll bet. I've seen Beck in concert a couple times.
Damn
Great
good.
show.
He did the festival one year.
Yeah. He was wearing like a 3-piece suit with a bullwhip on stage, cracking a bullwhip. I'll never forget that.
It was great.
But, he's a super talented guy. 10:37 on this Friday morning. No sad, bro. All happy, bro, actually. And we've had a good time today. I'd like to thank a couple of people for stopping by today. We had Officer Vic Marchese and Chief Matthew Dykert.
Yeah. Yes.
Who are here to promote the 8th annual Fallen Heroes Car Show. It's coming up August 10th. And here's the deal. You can enter a raffle to win a $100,000 Corvette or possibly a 4-pack of Phil's tickets along with food and stuff like that. And then they have other tiers of prizes, including, $500 Morton Steakhouse gift card or 72-inch smart TV. The tickets for that raffle are just $100, and they go to the Fallen Heroes charity. So you're making a charitable donation, and you're in the running to win some pretty big-ass prizes. Man.
By the way, they're only selling 2,000 tickets.
Yes.
So
good shot at winning.
That is pretty damn good.
So you can go to PrestonandSteve.com, find a link. They have a QR code, and you can buy one of those lottery tickets that way. And also thank you to Vince Rizzuto, Philly Sports Trips, and announced the trip, the Eagles Brazil trip, with a component of the Preston and Steve show, as Marissa Magnata will be going to Brazil for that.
Pretty friggin' amazing.
And Marissa will be our correspondent, and she'll be your party buddy while you're there, too. So you can buy into that trip, and trust me, when I say that Vince and the gang do this incredible, comprehensive job of taking care of everything for you.
Yeah, and we've spoken to people who have utilized their incredible services, and they are all thrilled.
Yeah, they're like your tour guides.
Yeah, man.
It's pretty awesome. So PrestonandSteve.com as well for that information. And Ryan Shuttleworth is back by popular demand.
Hi, Preston.
Nice to see you, sir. How you doing?
Pleasure's all mine. Great to see you.
Excellent. So you got another day in for Pierre today.
Yes, I will announce the hunting trip shall conclude today.
Okay.
He's got to travel back, and the Duke will be back on Monday.
Very good. Let us take care of business and get that letter from you, all right?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by The Letter.
K as in kangaroo.
All right, we'll take caller number 8 at 215-263-WMMR, and we will see if you know the word of the week. By the way, I've got a few people are texting in. They're just getting to us that the Beck concert last night was fantastic.
Nice.
The orchestra. So that's good to hear. Ryan, what are you going to do with this beautiful Friday afternoon?
We celebrate properly. We'll get to Pierre's planner. The presidents will be there. Dave Edmonds there. And then the workforce blocks, 2 concerts and a birthday. So Foreigner and Styx, hosted by Jackie Bam Bam, will be Sunday. We'll do a block of those. Blink 182 tonight at the Big Joint. Nice block there. And the greatest frontman of them all, his 81st, Michael Philip Jagger. So a block of the Stones as well.
Wow, it's going to be a good day today.
Yeah.
All right, we will go to the phones and see if we can get this answer now. You'll have to tell me if they're right or not, Ryan, because I don't pay attention to the,
Me
to the
either.
letters.
It'll be fun.
I'll go to David. Hi, David. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, David, do you know the word of the week?
Is it bank?
Cha-ching, baby!
Yeah, that's right, David, and it's nothing but cash. So we're going to give you straight up $500 from the Bagster.
The Bagster.
All right, buddy?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, hang on. We'll get your information. And the Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. Go buy it at any home improvement store. Fill it and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster, a dumpster in a bag.
I have my Baxters. I'm ready to go for the
getting your project
big
done?
house cleaning. Yeah,
and that's Steve's vacation.
That's it. Yeah.
I would like to thank our sponsors. The President Steve Show brought to you today by Duncan. President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Trinity Rehab, locations all over, trinity-rehab.com. As I said earlier this morning, we're taking a little time off.
Yeah.
So we need a little bit of a break. Steve's got to get his Bagster project
Got to get my
underway.
Baxters going.
We're all doing our various things. So we hope that you rage on. Have yourself a great weekend. The weather's going to be wonderful. Enjoy, be safe, and we will see you soon. See you soon, gang. Bye-bye.